At its peak, the British Empire was so vast that it was literally impossible for the sun to set on it simultaneously. One island nation, smaller than the state of Oregon, controlled Canada, Australia, India, large portions of Africa, the Caribbean, and dozens of other territories across the globe. The numbers are staggering, but the real story tells about how a kingdom that was once invaded by Vikings, conquered by Normans, and nearly destroyed by civil war transformed itself into the greatest maritime power the world had ever seen. By the height of its power, the British Empire stretched across every continent, governing over 400 million people and spanning 13 million square miles. This is the complete story of how Britain rose from a collection of feuding kingdoms to become the most powerful empire in human history, and why it all came crashing down in less than a century. Though, before we get into it, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Your support means we can continue producing these highly researched videos to help you learn something new or pass the time. Please say hello in the comments, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We're building a global community here. Thank you once more for joining me today, so without further ado, let's dive in. Tudor ambition and naval dawn, England came late to the game. While Spanish galleons hauled gold from the New World and Portuguese caravans traded spices from the east, the English watched from their rainy island. Spain and Portugal had divided the world between themselves in 1494, blessed by the Pope. England had no claim, no empire, no foothold beyond its shores. This changed with the Tudors. Henry VII, who seized the throne in 1485, understood that England needed more than its wool trade to matter. He commissioned John Cabot, an Italian navigator who had settled in Bristol, to find new lands. In 1497, Cabot sailed west across the Atlantic. He reached Newfoundland and claimed it for England. The cod fisheries there would prove valuable, but Cabot's real dream was finding a route to Asia's riches. He vanished on a second voyage in 1498. The early Tudor monarchs built something else, though, a navy. Henry VIII expanded England's fleet and modernized its ships. He created dockyards and invested in artillery. This wasn't about glory. It was strategic. An island needs ships to survive, to trade, to defend itself. Henry VIII's break with Rome in 1534 reshaped England's identity. The king declared himself head of the Church of England, severing ties with the Catholic Pope. This wasn't just about divorcing Catherine of Aragon. It transformed England into a Protestant nation surrounded by Catholic powers. Spain and France viewed Protestant England as a heretic state. England, in turn, saw Catholic Europe as a threat. Elizabeth I inherited this tension when she took the throne in 1558. She also inherited a small, relatively poor kingdom. But Elizabeth had cunning and patience. She understood that England couldn't match Spain's military might directly. Instead, she supported privateers, licensed pirates who raided Spanish treasure ships. The profits enriched the crown without official war. Francis Drake embodied this new English identity. Born around 1540, Drake started as a simple seaman. He sailed with his cousin John Hawkins on slaving voyages to West Africa and the Caribbean in the 1560s. These ventures combined trade with piracy. The Spanish attacked their fleet at San Juan de Ulua in 1568, and Drake never forgot. He returned to raid Spanish ports in Panama in 1572. He captured a treasure train carrying Peruvian silver. The haul made him wealthy and earned Elizabeth's favor. Then came his greatest voyage. In 1577, Drake set sail in the Golden Hind with Elizabeth's secret backing. His mission: circumnavigate the globe, raid Spanish holdings along South America's Pacific coast, and claim new territories. He sailed through the Strait of Magellan into the Pacific, where Spanish ships sailed undefended, assuming no enemy could reach those waters. Drake plundered town after town along the coast of what is now Chile and Peru. He seized a Spanish treasure ship called Nuestra Señora de la Concepción, laden with silver and gold. He continued north to present-day California, which he claimed for England as Nova Albion. Then he crossed the Pacific, stopped in the Moluccas for spices, rounded the Cape of Good Hope, and arrived home in September 1580. Elizabeth knighted him aboard the Golden Hind. The voyage's profits exceeded the crown's annual income. More importantly, Drake proved that English ships could reach anywhere, challenge anyone. This era created a culture. Young men sought fortune on the seas. Investors funded expeditions. Map makers charted new coastlines. Writers celebrated naval heroes. England began thinking beyond its island shores. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 cemented this shift. Philip II of Spain sent a massive fleet to invade England and restore Catholic rule. Drake and other English captains harried the Armada up the English Channel. Storms and poor Spanish planning did the rest. The Armada limped home defeated. England had survived. More than that, England had proved itself a naval power. The way was open for empire, though few yet imagined how far it would reach. Planting the flag, the first colonies. The first English colonies grew from desperation as much as ambition. In 1607, 3 ships, the Susan Constant, Godspeed, and Discovery, carried about 100 men across the Atlantic to the Chesapeake Bay. They were employees of the Virginia Company, a joint stock company formed to profit from New World resources. Investors in London hoped for gold, for passages to the Pacific, for anything that would return their money. The settlers chose a swampy peninsula along a river they named the James after their king. They called the settlement Jamestown. It was a terrible location. The water was brackish. Mosquitoes bred disease. The land was difficult to farm. Most of the men who arrived weren't farmers. They were gentlemen and their servants, soldiers and craftsmen. Many expected to find gold like the Spanish had in Mexico and Peru. Instead, they found hunger. The first year almost destroyed them. Disease spread quickly in the cramped fort. Food ran short. Relations with the Powhatan Confederacy, the native peoples whose land this was, swung between trade and violence. By autumn 1607, half the settlers had perished. Captain John Smith, a mercenary with experience in European wars, imposed discipline. He organized work details, enforced rules, and negotiated with the Powhatan for corn. His famous declaration, "He that will not work shall not eat," reflected the colony's desperation. The winter of 1609 to 1610, known as the Starving Time, nearly finished Jamestown. Of 500 colonists, only 60 survived to spring. Archaeological evidence suggests some resorted to consuming human flesh. When ships finally arrived with supplies and new settlers in June 1610, the survivors were preparing to abandon the colony entirely. But they stayed. Slowly, Jamestown found its purpose. Not gold, but tobacco. John Rolfe, who married Pocahontas in 1614, experimented with tobacco strains from the Caribbean. The crop thrived in Virginia's soil and climate. European demand was growing. By 1620, Jamestown shipped 50,000 pounds of tobacco to England annually. Tobacco saved the colony, but it created something else, a plantation economy. Growing tobacco required constant labor. At first, the Virginia Company sent indentured servants, people who worked for several years to pay their passage. In 1619, a Dutch ship brought the first enslaved Africans to Virginia. Initially treated similarly to indentured servants, these Africans marked the beginning of a system that would define American history. 13 years after Jamestown, a different group of English settlers crossed the Atlantic with different motivations. These were religious separatists, later called Pilgrims. They had fled England's established church to Holland, but after a decade in Leiden, they sought a place where they could live by their faith without outside interference. In September 1620, the Mayflower departed England with 102 passengers. Storms forced them off course. Instead of reaching Virginia, they landed at Cape Cod in November. They explored the coastline and eventually settled at a site they called Plymouth, where a native village had once stood before disease devastated the population. Before landing, the Pilgrims faced a problem. They had no legal authority for this location. Some passengers questioned the venture's legitimacy, so 41 men signed the Mayflower Compact, agreeing to form a government and follow its laws. This document established self-governance in the colony. Plymouth's first winter rivaled Jamestown's horrors. Exposure, scurvy, and disease carried off half the colonists. The dead were buried secretly, so native peoples wouldn't see how weak the colony had become. Spring brought salvation. Samoset, an Abenaki leader, walked into Plymouth and greeted the colonists in English. He brought Tisquantum, called Squanto, who had learned English after being captured and taken to Europe years earlier. Squanto taught the Pilgrims to plant corn, catch fish, and navigate the coastal environment. The Wampanoag leader Massasoit formed an alliance with Plymouth. Both sides benefited. Plymouth gained security and knowledge. Massasoit gained allies against rival tribes. In autumn 1621, after the harvest, colonists and Wampanoag shared a feast, the origin of the Thanksgiving tradition. Plymouth never became wealthy or large. It grew slowly, focused on farming and fishing. Yet it mattered. It proved that English families, not just men, could survive in North America. It established a model of religious community that would influence later colonies. Meanwhile, England claimed other territories. In the Caribbean, English ships seized the island of Barbados in 1627. It had no native population, no Spanish garrison. Settlers planted tobacco, then discovered sugarcane grew even better. Sugar made Barbados incredibly profitable. The island became a laboratory for plantation slavery, importing thousands of enslaved Africans to work the cane fields. These early colonies shared common features. They were organized by joint stock companies or groups of investors. They struggled terribly at first. They depended on crops, tobacco, sugar that European markets craved, and increasingly they relied on enslaved labor to work those crops. England's colonial project was beginning, not from grand design, but from commercial hunger, religious seeking, and stubborn refusal to abandon desperate ventures. The flag was planted. The question was how far it could spread. Commerce and conquest, the East India Company ascendant. While Englishmen settled Virginia and Massachusetts, other Englishmen sailed east. On December 31st, 1600, Queen Elizabeth granted a charter to the Company of Merchants of London trading into the East Indies, the East India Company. 200 merchants pooled their capital. Their goal was simple: break into the spice trade dominated by Portugal and the Dutch. The company's first voyage reached Sumatra and Java in 1602. The crew traded English wool and iron for pepper and cloves. The profits justified more expeditions, but the East was already crowded with European rivals. The Portuguese had been there since 1498. The Dutch East India Company, founded in 1602, had more ships and more capital than its English counterpart. The company needed permission to trade. In India, this meant negotiating with the Mughal Empire, which controlled most of the subcontinent. In 1608, the company sent William Hawkins to the Mughal court at Agra. Emperor Jahangir received him, but Portuguese influence at court blocked an agreement. Thomas Roe tried again in 1615. A more skilled diplomat, Roe spent 3 years at Jahangir's court. He secured trading rights for the company. In return, the English offered gifts, naval assistance against the Portuguese, and recognition of Mughal authority. The company established factories, fortified trading posts at Surat on India's west coast in 1612, at Masulipatam on the east coast, and later at Madras, Bombay, and Calcutta. These weren't colonies. They were commercial outposts where company employees called factors lived and worked under Mughal permission. The trade was structured simply. English ships brought silver and gold to India. They used this bullion to buy cotton textiles, silk, indigo dye, saltpeter, and spices. These goods sold in Europe for more than the bullion cost. The company made its profit on the markup. Indian textiles, calicos, and muslins found eager European buyers. Light, colorful, and cheaper than European woolens, these fabrics transformed European fashion. Saltpeter was equally important. Combined with sulfur and charcoal, it made gunpowder. England's military depended on Indian saltpeter. The company also traded within Asia. It carried Indian textiles to Southeast Asia, where they sold for spices. It brought Chinese tea to India, Japanese silver to China, Persian silk to India. This country trade often proved more profitable than the Europe-Asia route. Violence was part of the business model. Company ships were armed. They fought Portuguese vessels, Dutch rivals, and local pirates. In 1623, Dutch forces seized and tortured English traders at Amboina in the Moluccas, executing 10 of them. The incident, remembered as the Amboina Massacre, poisoned Anglo-Dutch relations for decades and pushed the English company to focus more on India. The company's structure was unusual. It was a private corporation with monopoly rights granted by the Crown. Shareholders expected dividends. Directors in London made policy. But company employees in India operated with remarkable autonomy. Communication took months. A letter from London reached Surat in 6 months at best. This meant factors made decisions, whom to trade with, whom to fight, based on local circumstances. Over time, the company became more than traders. In 1639, Francis Day acquired land from a local ruler and built Fort St. George at Madras. This became a permanent settlement. In 1668, the English crown received Bombay from Portugal as part of a royal dowry. The crown immediately leased Bombay to the company for £10 annually. The company recruited soldiers, mostly Indians, commanded by British officers. These troops guarded the factories and company ships. Initially small, these forces would grow. The company also administered justice in its settlements. English law applied to English employees. Local law applied to Indian residents. This created zones of hybrid authority that foreshadowed later colonial rule. By mid-century, the company was firmly established. It wasn't yet powerful. It remained dependent on Mughal tolerance. But it had infrastructure, experience, and steady profits. The Mughal Empire seemed eternal. Nobody in 1650 imagined the company would one day rule India. The pattern was set, though. Private enterprise backed by royal charter, combining trade with force, operating in the spaces between established powers. The company traded peacefully when possible, violently when necessary. It had no ideology beyond profit. But profit required control of ports, of routes, of suppliers. The East India Company would outlive the Mughal Empire. Its modest factories would become the foundation of the largest colony in human history. In 1650, that future remained unimaginable. The company was simply one more European merchant guild hustling for market share in a rich, complex, and dangerous commercial world. The Commercial Revolution: navigation, slaves, and wealth. England's empire grew through systems, not just ships. In the mid-17th century, Parliament created the legal framework that turned scattered colonies and trading posts into an integrated commercial network. The goal was mercantilism, organizing trade so wealth flowed to the mother country. The Navigation Acts, passed between 1651 and 1673, embodied this vision. The core rule was simple. Colonial goods could only be shipped on English ships with English crews. Certain products, tobacco, sugar, cotton, indigo, could only be sold to England or other English colonies, never directly to foreign buyers. Foreign goods entering the colonies had to pass through English ports first. These laws served multiple purposes. They protected English shipping from Dutch competition. The Dutch dominated European carrying trade, moving goods more cheaply than rivals. The Navigation Acts forced colonial trade into English hulls, creating jobs for English sailors and profits for English merchants. The Acts also ensured that colonial products enriched England. Virginia's tobacco couldn't go directly to France. It went to England first. English merchants then re-exported it to Europe, taking their cut. Colonial planters paid this commercial tax as the price of English protection and markets. Enforcement was imperfect. Colonial merchants smuggled. But the Acts established the principle. Colonies existed to benefit England. Their economies were subsidiary, designed to supply raw materials and buy manufactured goods. Sugar drove this system. Caribbean islands, Barbados, Jamaica, the Leeward Islands, produced sugar in vast quantities. European demand seemed limitless. Sugar-sweetened tea, coffee, and chocolate, all becoming popular. It preserved fruit, flavored medicine, and served as a luxury good. But sugar required immense labor. Cane needed constant tending. Harvest season was brutal, cutting the cane before it spoiled. Processing required boiling the juice in massive copper vats, dangerous work in tropical heat. A sugar plantation might need hundreds of workers. Indentured servants from England couldn't meet this demand. They signed contracts for 4 to 7 years, then gained freedom. Many perished before their terms ended. The tropical climate, disease, and hard labor were devastating. Planters needed a different labor source. They turned to Africa. The transatlantic slave trade had existed since the 16th century, but it expanded dramatically after 1650. English traders purchased enslaved people on Africa's west coast, primarily from the Bight of Benin and the Gold Coast. African kingdoms and merchants sold captives taken in warfare or raids. The Middle Passage, the voyage across the Atlantic, was horror incarnate. Ships packed enslaved people into holds designed to maximize cargo. Conditions were unspeakable. Disease spread rapidly. Roughly 15% perished during the voyage. Those who survived faced lifelong bondage. The Royal African Company, chartered in 1660, held the English monopoly on this trade. It built forts on the African coast, negotiated with African rulers, and shipped enslaved people to the Caribbean and American colonies. Between 1662 and 1731, the company transported approximately 212,000 enslaved Africans. By 1700, England had become a major slave trading power, rivaling Portugal and the Dutch. Bristol, Liverpool, and London grew wealthy on this trade. Ships carried manufactured goods, textiles, firearms, metal goods, to Africa. They traded these for captives. The enslaved were sold in the Caribbean for sugar, tobacco, and rum. These products returned to England for sale. This triangular trade generated enormous wealth. Sugar imports to England rose from 148,000 hundredweight in 1663 to over 1 million hundredweight by 1700. The value of Caribbean exports to England exceeded that of all mainland American colonies combined. The wealth flowed through London. Merchants invested profits in land, government bonds, and new ventures. Banks developed to handle this capital. Insurance companies emerged to cover the risks of long-distance trade. The London Stock Exchange formalized in the 1690s, allowing investors to buy and sell shares in companies. This was England's commercial revolution. Not just trade, but an integrated financial system that mobilized capital for colonial ventures. Wealth from the colonies funded England's European wars, built its navy, and created a wealthy merchant class with political influence. The cost was calculated in human suffering. By 1700, over 100,000 enslaved Africans labored in English Caribbean colonies. They produced the wealth that transformed England from a middling European power into a commercial giant. The empire was becoming profitable. The infrastructure was in place, a protected trade network, a source of tropical commodities, a labor system that maximized production. What had started as scattered ventures was becoming a system, and systems, once established, are difficult to dismantle. Dynastic struggles, the Dutch and French rivalries. Empire required fighting, not just with natives defending their land, but with other European powers seeking the same wealth. From the 1650s through the early 1700s, England waged almost continuous war with its commercial rivals. These conflicts determined which nation would dominate Atlantic trade. The first opponent was the Dutch Republic. In the 1650s, the Dutch were Europe's commercial superpower. Their merchant fleet carried goods worldwide. Amsterdam was the financial center. The Dutch East India Company was larger and richer than England's. Dutch settlers controlled New Netherland, including the Hudson River Valley. The English resented Dutch success. The Navigation Acts aimed to break Dutch shipping dominance, but the Dutch wouldn't yield peacefully. 3 Anglo-Dutch wars followed, 1652, 1654, 1665 to 1667, and 1672-1674. These were naval wars, fought ship to ship in the North Sea and Atlantic. Both sides raided enemy commerce and bombarded coastal towns. The Dutch held their own. In 1667, they sailed up the Thames and Medway rivers, burned English ships, and towed away the Royal Navy's flagship. England was humiliated, yet England gained strategically. The 1667 Treaty of Breda gave England control of New Netherland, which became New York. This filled the gap between English colonies in New England and the Chesapeake. It also secured one of North America's best harbors. More importantly, the wars exhausted both sides. By 1674, England and the Dutch needed peace to face a common threat: France. France, under Louis XIV, was Europe's dominant land power. The Sun King wanted to expand French territory and commerce. French colonies in Canada threatened English settlements. French merchants competed in the Caribbean and Africa. French fleets grew stronger. From 1689 to 1815, England and France fought 7 major wars. These conflicts had European names: War of the League of Augsburg, War of Spanish Succession, but they were global. Battles occurred in Europe, North America, the Caribbean, India, and on every ocean. The War of Spanish Succession exemplifies this global dimension. It began in 1701 when Louis XIV's grandson inherited the Spanish throne, potentially uniting French and Spanish empires. England, the Dutch, and Austria formed an alliance to prevent this. In Europe, the Duke of Marlborough won famous victories at Blenheim and Ramillies, but the war also raged overseas. English forces captured Gibraltar in 1704, gaining a permanent naval base controlling access to the Mediterranean. In North America, English colonists attacked French settlements in Nova Scotia. In the Caribbean, English and French fleets skirmished over island colonies. The Treaty of Utrecht in 1713 ended the war and reshaped the imperial map. Spain ceded Gibraltar and Minorca to England, securing Mediterranean access. France gave up claims to Hudson Bay and Newfoundland in North America and recognized English control of Nova Scotia. Spain granted England the Asiento, the contract to supply enslaved Africans to Spanish America. This monopoly was immensely valuable. Utrecht marked England's arrival as a premier imperial power. It had checked France's expansion, it had secured strategic bases, it had gained commercial privileges in Spanish America. These dynastic wars established patterns. Naval power was crucial. Whoever controlled the seas could protect their trade and raid enemy commerce. England invested heavily in its navy, which by 1700 was the largest in Europe. Colonial populations mattered too. English colonies in North America had about 250,000 people by 1700, compared to 15,000 in French Canada. This demographic advantage provided soldiers, sailors, and wealth through taxation. Financial systems proved decisive. England developed the Bank of England in 1694 to manage war debt. It could borrow money at lower interest rates than France because investors trusted repayment. This meant England could sustain longer wars. The wars also drove innovation. Navigation improved, shipbuilding advanced, tactics evolved. The Royal Navy developed the line of battle, where ships sailed in formation to maximize firepower. Logistics became crucial. Supplying fleets thousands of miles from home required planning and resources. By 1713, the competition had clarified. Portugal was declining. The Dutch, though still wealthy, couldn't match English or French power. Spain retained a vast American empire, but lacked the naval strength to protect it effectively. Only France remained a true rival. The struggle with France would continue for another century. But England had established advantages: naval supremacy, larger colonial populations, better finances, and strategic bases. These would prove decisive. The empire was forged through war as much as trade. Every acquisition came at cost, in lives, money, and risk. But the rewards seemed worth it. Each treaty brought new territories, new trade rights, new sources of wealth. The empire was profitable enough to fund its own expansion. The Plassey epoch, the conquest of Bengal. By the mid-18th century, the Mughal Empire was fragmenting. Once it had ruled most of India from a single throne. Now, regional governors called Nawabs acted independently. Succession disputes weakened the center. Persian and Afghan invasions ravaged northern India. The empire was a shell. This chaos created opportunity for the East India Company. Its trading posts at Calcutta, Madras, and Bombay had grown into sizable settlements. The company employed private armies, primarily Indian soldiers called sepoys, to protect its interests. These forces were well trained and equipped with modern European weapons. The company's rivals were also adapting. The French East India Company, based at Pondicherry, competed for trade and political influence. In the 1740s and 1750s, English and French companies backed different claimants in succession disputes, turning local conflicts into proxy wars between European powers. Robert Clive embodied this new breed of company man. Born in England in 1725, he went to India as a clerk at age 18. He proved better at fighting than accounting. During conflicts with the French, Clive displayed military talent and ruthless ambition. In 1756, a crisis erupted in Bengal. The Nawab, Siraj-ud-Dowlah, was young and suspicious of European intentions. He particularly distrusted the company's military buildup in Calcutta. In June, he attacked and captured the city. Many Europeans fled. Those who didn't perished or were imprisoned in the infamous Black Hole of Calcutta, where dozens died in overnight confinement. The company responded with force. Clive led an expedition from Madras with company troops and naval support. He recaptured Calcutta in January 1757. But he didn't stop there. Clive saw opportunity to replace Siraj-ud-Dowlah with someone more cooperative. He found his man in Mir Jafar, one of Siraj-ud-Dowlah's commanders. Clive promised to make Mir Jafar Nawab if he betrayed his master. Mir Jafar agreed. Others in Siraj-ud-Dowlah's court joined the conspiracy. On June 23, 1757, the armies met at Plassey, near Calcutta. Siraj-ud-Dowlah commanded about 50,000 soldiers. Clive had 3,000, mostly sepoys. The numbers suggested a massacre. But numbers meant little. Mir Jafar and other conspirators held back their troops. Clive's artillery and disciplined sepoys broke the Nawab's forces. Siraj-ud-Dawla fled and was later captured and executed. Mir Jafar became Nawab. The company had won, but victory meant more than defeating an army. Mir Jafar was a puppet. The real power now lay with the company. Clive extracted massive payments from the new Nawab as compensation for the war. He also secured trading rights and territorial concessions. Bengal was immensely wealthy. Its agriculture, especially rice and silk, supported a dense population. Its craftsmen produced fine textiles. Its revenues funded massive armies. Whoever controlled Bengal controlled one of Asia's richest regions. The company now controlled it. Not officially, Mir Jafar was still Nawab, but the distinction was meaningless. The company's army enforced its will. Its officials collected taxes. Its merchants dominated trade. This transformation happened quickly. In 1756, the company was a trading concern operating with Mughal permission. By 1757, it was a territorial power. A commercial corporation had become a government. The company's directors in London were initially cautious. Conquering territories meant administrative costs, military expenses, and political complications. Trade was profitable, ruling seemed burdensome, but events pushed them forward. Mir Jafar proved incompetent and was replaced by his son-in-law Mir Qasim in 1760. Mir Qasim tried to assert independence and clashed with the company. Another war followed. The company won again. It restored Mir Jafar briefly, then after his death, installed his son as a figurehead. By 1765, the company had secured the Diwani, the right to collect tax revenue, in Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa from the Mughal emperor. This was legal cover for what already existed. The company now openly governed. It appointed officials, maintained courts, and administered vast territories. The wealth flowing from Bengal was staggering. Tax revenues reached several million pounds annually. Company employees enriched themselves spectacularly. Clive returned to England with a fortune worth millions in modern terms. Others did likewise. This wealth funded company expansion elsewhere in India. It bankrolled wars against other Indian powers. It paid dividends to London shareholders. It corrupted the company's internal governance as officials competed for lucrative posts in Bengal. Plassey transformed the East India Company from merchant to sovereign. It marked the moment when British imperialism in India became territorial conquest rather than commercial exchange. The company would rule Bengal for the next century, and from that base, conquer most of India. The irony was profound. A private corporation chartered to trade had conquered one of the world's most populous and wealthy regions. It had done so not through official policy, but through opportunism, military superiority, and exploitation of local divisions. The Mughal emperor still sat in Delhi, but his authority was fiction. The company was the new power in India. An empire was being built, transaction by transaction, battle by battle. The global triumph, the 7 Years' War. In 1756, war erupted across continents simultaneously. Historians call it the 7 Years' War. In North America, colonists knew it as the French and Indian War. It was, in truth, the First World War, fought in Europe, North America, the Caribbean, West Africa, India, and the Philippines. The war's causes were complex. In Europe, Prussia and Austria fought over territory. In North America, English and French colonists clashed along the Ohio River Valley. In India, the English and French East India Companies competed for influence. These separate conflicts merged into one global struggle. England allied with Prussia, France allied with Austria, Russia, and Spain. The lineup seemed ominous for England. France was stronger on land. Spain controlled vast American territories. Russia fielded Europe's largest army. But England had advantages. Its navy was unmatched. Its colonies in North America were populous and productive. Its finances, backed by the Bank of England, could sustain long wars. And in William Pitt the Elder, it had a minister who understood global strategy. Pitt's plan was clear. Let Prussia fight France in Europe while England struck French colonies overseas. Pour resources into North America and India. Control the seas. Strangle French commerce. Make the war too expensive for France to sustain. In North America, the war began badly for England. In 1755, General Edward Braddock led British regulars and colonial militia to attack Fort Duquesne on the Ohio River. French and Native American forces ambushed and destroyed his column. Braddock perished. His young aide, George Washington, survived to fight another day. The English rebounded. They captured French fortresses in Nova Scotia and deported the Acadian population. They built forts in the interior. They learned to fight in the American wilderness, adapting European tactics to forest warfare. The decisive campaign came in 1758 to 1759. British forces captured Louisbourg, the French fortress guarding the St. Lawrence River. This opened the route to Quebec, the heart of French Canada. In September 1759, General James Wolfe led an army up the St. Lawrence. His forces scaled the cliffs south of Quebec and deployed on the Plains of Abraham outside the city walls. The battle was brief and decisive. Both Wolfe and the French commander Montcalm perished, but British discipline prevailed. Quebec fell. Montreal surrendered the next year. French power in North America was broken. In the Caribbean, British forces captured Guadeloupe and Martinique, France's richest sugar islands. They seized Havana from Spain, controlling Cuba's wealth temporarily. They dominated the Atlantic, capturing hundreds of French merchant ships. In India, the war intertwined with local conflicts. The French backed various Indian rulers against the company. The company, fresh from its Bengal triumph, mobilized its sepoy armies. In southern India, British forces captured Pondicherry, the French headquarters. French influence in India collapsed. In West Africa, British forces seized the French slave trading posts along the Senegal River. Control of this trade mattered economically and strategically. Only in Europe did the war disappoint English hopes. Prussia fought brilliantly but suffered terribly. Frederick the Great faced annihilation multiple times but survived through military genius and luck. When Russia's empress died in 1762, her successor made peace with Prussia. The Continental War ended inconclusively, but the Colonial War was won. By 1762, France was exhausted and bankrupt. Spain, having entered the war late, gained nothing. Peace negotiations began. The Treaty of Paris, signed in February 1763, redrew the imperial map. France ceded Canada to Britain. All French territory east of the Mississippi River became British. France retained only small fishing rights off Newfoundland and two tiny Caribbean islands. Spain ceded Florida to Britain in exchange for getting Cuba back. France compensated Spain by giving it Louisiana, the territory west of the Mississippi. In India, France kept its trading posts but couldn't fortify them or maintain large military forces. The company was unchallenged. Britain had won the greatest victory in its imperial history. It now controlled North America from the Atlantic to the Mississippi, from Hudson Bay to Florida. It dominated India. Its navy ruled the seas. French colonial power was crippled. Spanish power was exposed as weak. The war's cost was enormous. Britain's national debt had doubled, but the rewards seemed to justify it. Millions of new subjects, vast new territories, control of lucrative trade routes. The empire had become truly global. Yet the victory contained seeds of future trouble. Native American peoples in the Ohio Valley had fought for the French. They resisted British expansion. Pontiac's rebellion in 1763 required military suppression. Governing the new territories required troops and administrators. The costs mounted, and the American colonists had fought in the war. They saw their contribution as crucial. They expected rewards, access to Western lands, respect for their sacrifices. Instead, London imposed new taxes to pay war debts and restricted westward expansion to avoid conflicts with Native Americans. These tensions would fester. But in 1763, Britain stood triumphant. One island had defeated a continental power and built a global empire. The 7 Years' War proved that British naval supremacy and colonial wealth could overcome superior numbers and resources. The empire seemed invincible. The imperial rupture, the American Revolution. Victory brought problems. By 1763, Britain controlled vast North American territories but faced immediate challenges. The war had doubled the national debt to £130 million. Maintaining troops in America cost £350,000 annually. Native peoples like Pontiac's Confederacy resisted westward expansion. The empire needed revenue and order. Parliament's solution was taxation. The Sugar Act of 1764 reformed customs duties. The Stamp Act of 1765 required tax stamps on paper goods. The Townshend Acts of 1767 taxed tea, glass, and other imports. These measures seemed reasonable in London. The colonists had benefited from the war. They should help pay its costs. The colonists saw it differently. They had their own legislatures that controlled taxation. Parliament represented Britain, not America. Taxing colonists without their consent violated English constitutional principles. No taxation without representation became the rallying cry. The conflict escalated through protest and violence. In Boston, mobs attacked tax collectors. In 1770, British soldiers fired on a crowd, ending 5 lives in the Boston Massacre. In 1773, colonists dumped tea into Boston Harbor to protest the Tea Act. Parliament responded with force. The coercive acts closed Boston's port and restricted Massachusetts' self-government. These intolerable acts united the colonies in opposition. In 1774, delegates from 12 colonies met in Philadelphia at the First Continental Congress. They organized boycotts of British goods and prepared for resistance. Fighting began in April 1775. British troops marched from Boston to seize colonial weapons at Concord. Militia confronted them at Lexington. Shots were exchanged. The British reached Concord but faced constant militia attacks on their return. They suffered heavy casualties. The colonies raised armies. George Washington took command. Initially, many colonists hoped for reconciliation. They saw themselves as loyal subjects demanding their rights. But King George III declared the colonies in rebellion. Parliament hired German mercenaries to fight them. Reconciliation became impossible. In July 1776, the Continental Congress declared independence. Thomas Jefferson's document explained their reasoning. Governments derive authority from the consent of the governed. When a government becomes tyrannical, people have the right to alter or abolish it. Britain's actions had destroyed the social contract. Britain had vast advantages. Its army was professional and experienced. Its navy dominated the seas. It could deploy resources from across the empire. The population of Britain and Ireland was 9 million, compared to 2.5 million in the colonies, including 500,000 enslaved people. Yet the colonists had advantages too. They fought on their own territory. They understood the terrain. They had short supply lines. Most crucially, Britain had to win completely. The colonists just had to avoid losing until Britain gave up. Washington understood this. After early defeats around New York, he avoided major battles he couldn't win. He preserved his army, struck when opportunities arose, and endured through harsh winters at Valley Forge and Morristown. His persistence kept the cause alive. The turning point came at Saratoga in October 1777. British General John Burgoyne led an army south from Canada to split New England from other colonies. American forces surrounded and captured his entire army. This victory proved the colonists could win conventional battles. More importantly, it convinced France to enter the war. France had been supplying weapons secretly. Now it formed an open alliance seeking revenge for 1763. French money, troops, and especially naval power changed everything. Spain and the Dutch Republic also joined against Britain. Suddenly, Britain faced a global war. French fleets threatened the Caribbean. Spanish forces besieged Gibraltar. The Dutch fought in Asian and Atlantic waters. Britain had to defend India, the West Indies, and its home islands while fighting in America. The war dragged on. British forces controlled coastal cities, but couldn't pacify the countryside. In the South, the conflict became vicious. Loyalists fought patriots in brutal civil warfare. Enslaved people fled to British lines, seeking freedom. Britain promised emancipation to those who fought for the king, complicating the conflict further. The end came at Yorktown in October 1781. British General Cornwallis occupied the Virginia port with about 8,000 troops. Washington and French General Rochambeau marched south and besieged him. French Admiral de Grasse's fleet blocked the bay, preventing rescue by sea. Cornwallis surrendered. Britain was exhausted. The war had cost millions and achieved nothing. Public opinion turned against it. In 1782, Parliament voted to cease offensive operations. Peace negotiations began. The Treaty of Paris in 1783 recognized American independence. Britain ceded all territory south of Canada and east of the Mississippi. America gained fishing rights off Newfoundland. The victorious colonies became the United States of America. The loss was catastrophic for Britain. It had lost its most valuable colonies, populous, prosperous, strategically located. The economic impact was severe. Trade with America had enriched British merchants. Tax revenue from the colonies had supported the empire. The political impact was equally significant. The revolution demonstrated that colonies could successfully rebel. It raised questions about imperial governance. How should Britain relate to its remaining colonies? Could coercion sustain empire? Some saw the loss as disaster. Others argued it was inevitable. The colonies had grown too large and wealthy to remain subordinate. Distance made control difficult. Different interests and identities had developed. The empire had to adapt. In Canada, Britain secured loyalty by protecting French Catholic culture in Quebec and supporting loyalists who fled there from America. In the Caribbean, planters were appeased with commercial privileges. In India, the company tightened control after Warren Hastings became Governor General in 773. The revolution also prompted rethinking about imperial purpose. Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, published in 1776, argued colonies weren't economically necessary. Free trade would benefit Britain more than mercantile restriction. Some politicians embraced this logic, but most in Britain's elite believed empire remained essential. The loss of America hurt, but the empire was larger than America. The Caribbean produced wealth. India offered enormous potential. Trade with Africa continued. Control of strategic points, Gibraltar, Cape Town, key islands, secured commerce routes. Britain would rebuild. It would create what historians call the Second British Empire, focused more on Asia, the Pacific, and Africa than the Atlantic. The methods would evolve. But the imperial project continued. The American Revolution was a rupture, not an ending. It forced adaptation and revealed vulnerabilities. Yet within a generation, Britain would dominate global trade more completely than ever. One empire had been lost. Another, larger one was emerging. The Second British Empire, the Pacific and penal colonies. The loss of America forced Britain to look elsewhere. The Pacific Ocean became a new frontier. For centuries, Europeans had speculated about a great southern continent, Terra Australis, that might balance the landmasses of the northern hemisphere. Dutch navigators had touched Australia's west coast in the 1600s but found nothing valuable. Captain James Cook changed everything. Between 1768 and 1779, Cook made 3 voyages exploring the Pacific. His ships were equipped with the latest navigation instruments, including the chronometer, which allowed precise longitude calculations. Cook was a skilled surveyor and navigator, methodical and scientific. His first voyage aimed to observe Venus's transit across the sun from Tahiti, gathering astronomical data, but he also carried secret orders to search for Terra Australis. After Tahiti, Cook sailed south and west. He reached New Zealand, which Dutch navigator Abel Tasman had found in 1642 but barely explored. Cook circumnavigated both islands, like mapping the coastline with remarkable accuracy. Then he sailed west and reached Australia's east coast in April 1770. Previous European visitors had seen only the harsh, dry west coast. Cook found something different. The east coast had forests, rivers, and harbors. At one bay, the botanists with him found such diverse plant life, they named it Botany Bay. Cook claimed the entire east coast for Britain, naming it New South Wales. He continued north, navigating the treacherous Great Barrier Reef. His ship struck coral and nearly sank, but repairs held. He limped to Batavia for proper repairs, then sailed home. Cook's second voyage proved no great southern continent existed in temperate latitudes. His third voyage explored the North American west coast, searching for a northwest passage. He reached as far as Alaska and the Bering Strait before turning back to Hawaii, where islanders ended his life in a confrontation in February 1779. Cook's voyages expanded geographic knowledge dramatically. He mapped coastlines, charted islands, and gathered scientific data. His reports described resources, peoples, and potential for settlement. He had revealed vast new territories Britain might claim. But what to do with them? Australia seemed remote and offered no obvious wealth. No gold, no silver, no spices. The climate was strange. The native peoples, Aboriginal Australians, had lived there for over 40,000 years, but practiced no agriculture that Europeans recognized. The answer came from an unexpected problem. Convicts. Britain had traditionally transported convicted criminals to America, where they served their sentences as indentured labor. The Revolution ended this. Prisons in England overflowed. Convicts were held in rotting ships called hulks moored in harbors. The situation was unsustainable. In 1786, the government decided to establish a penal colony at Botany Bay. Transportation would rid Britain of criminals while establishing British presence in the Pacific. The convicts would build the infrastructure for future free settlement. In May 1787, 11 ships carrying about 1,500 people departed England. About 750 were convicts. Men, women, and children transported for crimes ranging from serious offenses to petty theft. The rest were Marines and officials to guard and govern them. Captain Arthur Phillip commanded the expedition as governor designate. The voyage took 8 months. They sailed via Rio de Janeiro and Cape Town, collecting supplies. In January 1788, the fleet reached Botany Bay. Philip quickly concluded the site was unsuitable: poor soil, insufficient fresh water, exposed harbor. He explored nearby and found a better location, Port Jackson, with a magnificent deep-water harbor. On January 26, 1788, the settlement began at Sydney Cove. The date would become Australia Day, though Aboriginal peoples mark it as the beginning of their dispossession. The Eora people had lived around Port Jackson for millennia. British settlement meant disease, violence, and displacement for them. The early years were desperate. Few convicts or guards knew farming. Tools broke, seeds failed in unfamiliar soil, ships bringing supplies were delayed, starvation threatened repeatedly. Philip rationed food strictly, giving convicts the same portions as Marines to maintain morale, yet the colony survived. Aboriginal people initially traded fish for European goods, though relations soured as British demands for land increased. Convicts cleared land and built structures. Gardens eventually produced food. Ships arrived with more convicts and supplies. The colony's purpose was punishment, not profit. Convicts served their sentences, then could earn freedom. Some received land grants and became settlers. Others worked for free settlers who began arriving in the 1790s. The colony grew slowly but steadily. In 1803, Britain established a second Australian settlement at Hobart in Van Diemen's Land, later called Tasmania. In 1824, Brisbane was founded in what became Queensland. In 1829, Britain claimed the entire Australian continent despite having settled only small portions. This preempted other European powers from establishing colonies there. Australia served multiple purposes. It rid Britain of convicts. Eventually, about 162,000 would be transported. It established British presence in the Pacific, countering potential French or Dutch expansion. It provided a base for whaling and sealing industries. And it opened land for British settlement. Free settlers came seeking opportunity. Australia's climate suited European agriculture. Sheep thrived on the interior grasslands. Wool became Australia's main export by the 1820s. The colony transformed from a prison into a productive part of the empire. New Zealand followed a different path. Cook had claimed it, but Britain didn't immediately colonize it. Whalers and traders visited. Missionaries arrived in the early 1800s. The Maori people were numerous and had sophisticated societies. They traded with Europeans but resisted domination. Britain annexed New Zealand in 1840 through the Treaty of Waitangi, signed with many Maori chiefs. The treaty's interpretation remains disputed. The English and Maori versions differ significantly regarding sovereignty and land rights, but it formalized British control. The Pacific colonies represented a new imperial model. They weren't trading posts like India's factories. They weren't plantation economies like the Caribbean. They were settlement colonies where British people built societies resembling home. Climate and geography allowed this in ways tropical colonies didn't. These colonies also demonstrated Britain's global reach. The Pacific was as far from London as one could sail, yet British ships reached it. British institutions were planted there, and British law was imposed. The empire was becoming truly worldwide. The Second British Empire was taking shape. Focused on Asia, the Pacific, and eventually Africa, rather than the Atlantic, it would grow larger than the first. Australia began as an improvised solution to a domestic problem. It became a continent-spanning colony, one of the empire's most successful settler societies. Geography had changed, but the imperial impulse remained constant. The Long War, Britain versus Napoleonic France. In 1789, revolution erupted in France. Initial enthusiasm in Britain turned to horror as radicals guillotined the king, queen, and thousands of nobles. When revolutionary France declared war on Austria and Prussia in 1792, Britain tried to remain neutral. But when France executed Louis XVI in January 1793 and threatened to invade the Dutch Republic, Britain joined the war. This began the longest conflict in British history, 22 years of almost continuous warfare against revolutionary and then Napoleonic France. It was fought on land and sea in Europe, the Caribbean, India, Egypt, and the Atlantic. It tested Britain's resources, strategy, and national will, and it ended with Britain as the world's dominant power. The early years went poorly. French armies defeated British forces in the Netherlands. Revolutionary fervor motivated French soldiers beyond normal limits. Their tactics, massed columns attacking at speed, overwhelmed traditional European linear formations. One by one, France conquered its neighbors. Britain's advantage was the sea. The Royal Navy blockaded French ports, strangling commerce. British ships dominated trade routes, protecting British merchants while attacking French ones. In 1794, Admiral Howe defeated a French fleet at the Battle of the Glorious 1st of June, establishing naval superiority. But controlling the seas couldn't defeat France. Prime Minister William Pitt the Younger organized and funded coalitions of European powers to fight France on land. Austria, Prussia, and Russia joined these coalitions, but French generals, especially the young Napoleon Bonaparte, defeated them repeatedly. Napoleon's rise changed the war's nature. He seized power in 1799, becoming first consul, then emperor in 1804. Napoleon was a military genius. His campaigns in Italy, Egypt, and Central Europe destroyed armies and toppled thrones. By 1807, he dominated continental Europe from Spain to Poland. Britain stood alone, protected by its navy. Napoleon couldn't invade across the Channel while the Royal Navy controlled the waters, but he could strike British interests globally. French fleets threatened the Caribbean. French influence spread in India. Napoleon's armies occupied Egypt in 1798, threatening routes to India until British forces under Ralph Abercrombie defeated them. The naval war reached its climax at Trafalgar on October 21, 1805. Admiral Horatio Nelson commanded a British fleet off Spain's coast. A combined French and Spanish fleet sailed from Cadiz. Nelson attacked unconventionally, driving his ships in two columns straight at the enemy line, breaking it in close-range battle. The British won decisively. 18 enemy ships were captured or destroyed without a single British ship lost, but Nelson perished from a French sharpshooter's bullet. His final words, "Thank God I have done my duty," became legend. Trafalgar ensured no French invasion would come. British naval supremacy was absolute. Unable to invade, Napoleon tried economic warfare. His continental system, established in 1806, forbade European countries from trading with Britain. The goal was to bankrupt British merchants and collapse the economy. European ports closed to British ships. Smuggling was suppressed, but the blockade hurt Europe more than Britain. European industries needed British manufactured goods and colonial products. Prices rose. Hardship spread. Russia broke with the continental system in 1810, partly for economic reasons. Napoleon's 1812 invasion of Russia was partly to enforce the blockade. Britain responded with its own blockade, using the Royal Navy to prevent neutral ships from trading with France. This caused diplomatic problems, especially with the United States, which declared war on Britain in 1812. But British sea power prevailed. French colonies in the Caribbean fell one by one. French trade withered. The Peninsular War opened another front. When Napoleon placed his brother on Spain's throne in 1808, Spanish guerrillas resisted. Britain sent an army under Arthur Wellesley, later Duke of Wellington, to help. For 6 years, Wellington fought in Portugal and Spain, bleeding French forces in endless small engagements. Wellington proved Napoleon's match. Methodical and defensive, he chose favorable ground and let French attacks break against British firepower. His troops, British regulars and Portuguese allies, learned to trust him absolutely. He advanced and retreated strategically, never risking total defeat. By 1813, French forces were pushed back to the Pyrenees. Napoleon's empire began crumbling. The Russian campaign of 1812 destroyed his grand army. Of 600,000 men who invaded, fewer than 100,000 returned. German states rebelled. Austria joined the coalition against France. At Leipzig in October 1813, Allied armies defeated Napoleon decisively. Napoleon abdicated in April 1814 and was exiled to Elba. The Bourbon monarchy returned to France. Peace came after 21 years, but it lasted only a year. Napoleon escaped Elba in March 1815 and returned to France. The army rallied to him. The 100 Days had begun. Britain and its allies mobilized again. The final battle came at Waterloo on June 18, 1815. Wellington commanded British, Dutch, and German forces. Napoleon attacked repeatedly, trying to break Wellington's line before Prussian reinforcements arrived. The Imperial Guard, Napoleon's elite troops, assaulted Wellington's center. British infantry held firm in square formations, repelling cavalry charges. Late afternoon, Prussian forces under Blücher arrived. Napoleon's army disintegrated. He fled, abdicated again, and was exiled to St. Helena in the Atlantic, where he died in 1821. The war was finally over. The Congress of Vienna redrew Europe's map. Britain didn't want territory in Europe. It took strategic positions: Malta in the Mediterranean, the Ionian Islands, the Cape Colony in South Africa, Ceylon, and several Caribbean islands. These secured trade routes and naval bases. More importantly, Britain had preserved its commerce and built new markets while France bled. British manufacturers had supplied European armies. British goods filled markets closed to France. The war economy had stimulated innovation. Ironworks, shipyards, textile mills expanded. The Industrial Revolution accelerated. The wars also secured global dominance. Britain controlled the seas, its empire had grown while France lost colonies. No rival threatened British trade. The 19th century would be Britain's to shape. The cost was immense. The national debt reached £900 million by 1815. Casualties, though lower than France's, numbered in the tens of thousands. Returning soldiers faced unemployment and hardship. Political repression increased as the government feared radical ideas spreading from France. Yet Britain had won. It had outlasted the most powerful military threat it would face until the 20th century. Naval supremacy, financial strength, colonial resources, and strategic patience had prevailed. The long war ended with Britain standing alone as the supreme global power. An empire had been secured through endurance and blood. The workshop of the world, the Industrial Revolution and empire, cotton, changes everything. By 1750, Britain imports just 2.5 million pounds of raw cotton each year. 50 years later, that figure reaches 52 million pounds. By mid-century, it explodes to nearly 600 million pounds. This isn't just growth, this is transformation. The story begins in Bengal and the American South. Raw cotton flows into British ports from plantations worked by enslaved people. The fibers arrive in Liverpool, where they're distributed to the mills of Lancashire. Manchester becomes Cottonopolis. Mills line the fast-flowing rivers of the Pennines, their water wheels turning constantly. Steam power soon replaces water, freeing factories from riversides. Coal from northern England fuels these engines, and suddenly location matters less than access to fuel and workers. The machines themselves represent genius. James Hargreaves invents the spinning jenny in 1765, allowing one worker to spin multiple threads simultaneously. Richard Arkwright patents his water frame 4 years later, producing stronger thread than any hand spinner could manage. Samuel Crompton's spinning mule in 1779 combines the best features of both. Edmund Cartwright's power loom follows in 1785, mechanizing weaving itself. These aren't gradual improvements, they're leaps. A single jenny initially spins 6 threads at once. Within 20 years, that number reaches 80. Factory production explodes. What once took weeks in a cottage now takes hours in a mill. The empire provides the raw materials that make this possible. According to historians, producing the same quantity of calories that slave-produced sugar provided would have required between 11 and 15% of all arable land in Britain. Cotton faces the same arithmetic. British farms cannot grow cotton. The climate simply doesn't allow it. Every fiber must come from elsewhere. American plantations supply the bulk. Bengal provides the rest. The empire delivers these materials at prices that make mass production viable. When the American Civil War disrupts cotton supplies in the 1860s, British mills face crisis. Substitutes prove expensive and inadequate. The system depends on imperial access to cheap raw materials. The feedback loop runs both ways. British mills transform raw cotton into finished cloth. That cloth then flows back to colonial markets. India once exported fine textiles to Europe. Now India imports British cloth made from Indian and American cotton. The Calico Acts of the early 18th century had protected British wool producers from Indian competition. Now British cotton crushes Indian textile production entirely. The East India Company enforces this arrangement. Bengal's weavers, once prosperous, find their traditional markets destroyed. British cloth floods in, cheaper than local production can match. The company actively suppresses Indian manufacturing to preserve British markets. Economic historians note that India's share of world manufacturing output falls dramatically during this period. Lancashire's mills employ hundreds of thousands. The work is harsh. Children crawl beneath machines to tie broken threads and clear fallen cotton. The air fills with lint. Accidents maim workers regularly. Hours stretch from dawn past dusk. But wages, however meager, draw workers from agriculture into industry. The social transformation proves immense. Manchester's population reaches 180,000 by 1830. Within 50 miles of the city, most of the world's cotton textile production occurs. Traditional centers of woolen production in the southwest decline. Workers migrate north or emigrate entirely. Wages stagnate in the old textile regions as unemployment rises. The revolution extends beyond textiles. Iron production increases dramatically. Steam engines require iron for construction. Railways need iron for rails and locomotives. Demand stimulates innovation. New smelting techniques using coke instead of charcoal allow for larger-scale production. Britain becomes the workshop of the world, producing half the world's iron by mid-century. Coal mining expands to feed the furnaces. Deeper mines require better pumping technology. Thomas Newcomen's steam engine, initially designed to pump water from mines, evolves through James Watt's improvements into the power source for factories. The technology spreads across industries. Transport infrastructure develops to support this system. Canals connect industrial centers to ports. The Duke of Bridgewater's canal linking his coal mines to Manchester, completed in 1761, cuts transport costs dramatically. More canals follow. By the 1830s, railways begin to replace canals for speed and efficiency. The Liverpool to Manchester Railway opens in 1830, demonstrating the new technology's potential. The empire provides markets that absorb this output. British exports rise steadily. By 1830, cotton textiles account for half of Britain's total exports. The protected imperial market proves crucial. Navigation acts ensure that colonial trade flows through British ships to British ports. The colonies cannot manufacture competing goods. They must buy British. This creates unprecedented wealth for some. Factory owners grow rich, investors profit enormously. The bankers and merchants who finance trade accumulate fortunes. London becomes the financial center of the world, its markets handling global commerce. For the colonies, the arrangement means extraction. Raw materials flow out at low prices. Finished goods flow in at high prices. The terms of trade systematically favor Britain. Colonial economies remain suppliers of primary products rather than developing their own industries. The numbers tell the story. In 1770, Britain's productivity per worker stands 3 times higher than India's, while wages run 6 times higher. This gap widens. British investment flows into machinery and efficiency improvements. Colonial investment remains minimal. The industrial gap becomes unbridgeable. By mid-century, Britain produces half the world's cotton cloth despite growing no cotton whatsoever. The nation controls 1/5 of global trade. Its per capita income far exceeds any rivals. The combination of industrial innovation and imperial markets creates dominance that seems unshakable. This system shapes the next century of imperial policy. Controlling raw material sources becomes strategic priority. Maintaining captive markets proves essential. The workshop cannot function without its empire. The empire cannot develop industrially because the workshop requires its resources and markets. Each depends on the other, creating a relationship that defines both. The imperial mission, abolition, and evangelicalism. Something shifts in British consciousness during the late 18th century. The nation that built its wealth partly on slavery begins to question the entire system. The movement starts small but gains force steadily. By 1807, the slave trade ends throughout the British Empire. By 1833, slavery itself faces abolition in most British territories. The transformation seems paradoxical. Britain dominated the Atlantic slave trade for over a century. British ships carried more than 3 million Africans across the Middle Passage between 1662 and 1807. British merchants grew wealthy from this commerce. British ports like Liverpool, Bristol, and Glasgow prospered from the triangular trade. Why would such a system face challenge from within? Religious conviction provides much of the impetus. The Quakers view slavery as fundamentally immoral, a blight upon humanity. Their opposition dates back generations. Evangelical Protestants increasingly share this view during the 18th century. They see slavery as sinful, incompatible with Christian teaching. These groups form the Committee for the Abolition of the Slave Trade in 1787. The movement finds political champions. William Wilberforce takes up the cause in Parliament. His brother-in-law, James Stephen, provides legal expertise. The group known as the Saints controls 35 to 40 seats in Parliament at their peak. They wage a sustained campaign, introducing abolition bills repeatedly despite frequent defeat. Evidence matters. Thomas Clarkson travels throughout Britain, gathering testimony about the slave trade's horrors. He collects instruments of torture. He documents the mortality rates aboard slave ships. He demonstrates the trade's brutality in detail. This evidence reaches the public through pamphlets, lectures, and meetings. Former enslaved people add their voices. Olaudah Equiano publishes his narrative in 1789, describing his capture in Africa and subsequent experiences. His account becomes influential in British anti-slavery circles. Ignatius Sancho's letters gain attention. These testimonies make the trade's reality undeniable. The Haitian Revolution changes calculations. In 1791, enslaved people in Saint-Domingue rise against their masters. By 1804, they establish Haiti, the first black republic. The only successful slave rebellion in history proves that enslaved people will fight for freedom. This makes slavery seem less stable, more dangerous. Economic factors play a role as well. The trade itself generates relatively modest profits compared to the Caribbean sugar plantations. By the early 19th century, the sugar industry faces decline. Competition increases, prices fall. The West Indian interest that once defended slavery loses influence in Parliament. The political moment arrives in 1807. Lord Grenville's government, known as the Ministry of All the Talents, supports abolition. The Acts of Union with Ireland in 1800 brought 100 Irish MPs into Parliament, most supporting abolition. After 20 years of campaigning, the bill passes in February 1807 by an overwhelming vote of 283 to 16. The king gives royal assent in March. The act prohibits the slave trade throughout the British Empire. Ship captains caught transporting enslaved people face fines of £100 per person. The Royal Navy receives authority to enforce the ban. The West Africa Squadron forms in 1808 to patrol African waters. Between 1808 and 1860, these ships seize approximately 1,600 slave vessels and free 150,000 Africans. Yet the act only ends the trade, not slavery itself. Enslaved people in British colonies remain in bondage. Plantation owners encourage reproduction among enslaved populations to maintain their workforce without purchasing new people. The abolitionists hoped that ending the trade would lead naturally to slavery's end. It doesn't. The campaign continues. In 1823, the Anti-Slavery Society forms in London. Elizabeth Hayrick, Thomas Clarkson, and others push for immediate emancipation rather than gradual abolition. They organize boycotts of slave-produced goods. They petition Parliament constantly. They keep public attention focused on the issue. Enslaved people themselves resist. The Demerara Rebellion in 1823 shakes British Guiana. The Christmas Rebellion in Jamaica in 1831, led by Samuel Sharp, proves even more significant. Sharp organizes what begins as a peaceful strike. It escalates into revolt. The rebellion is crushed within 10 days, but the violence demonstrates that slavery cannot be maintained peacefully. Parliament conducts investigations. The reports document continued brutality. They show that enslaved people suffered despite the trade's end. Public opinion increasingly supports complete abolition. The declining economic importance of sugar plantations removes much opposition. The Slavery Abolition Act passes in August 1833. William Wilberforce, the movement's parliamentary champion, learns of its passage shortly before his demise in July. The act takes effect in August 1834. It frees enslaved people throughout most of the British Empire, with exceptions for territories controlled by the East India Company, Ceylon, and St. Helena. The act includes a compensation scheme, but not for the formerly enslaved. Instead, slave owners receive payment for their lost property. The government takes out a loan of £20 million, equivalent to 40% of total government spending that year. The debt isn't fully paid until 2015. The formerly enslaved receive nothing. They must work as apprentices for 6 years before gaining complete freedom. This apprenticeship system proves deeply unpopular. Continued agitation leads to its early end. By August 1838, all formerly enslaved people in British territories gain full freedom. Trinidad becomes the first British territory to achieve complete emancipation. Evangelicalism extends beyond abolition. Missionaries spread throughout the empire during this period. The Church Missionary Society, founded in 1799, sends representatives to Africa, India, and the Pacific. The London Missionary Society, established in 1795, operates globally. These organizations see empire as opportunity for conversion. The missionaries carry assumptions about British cultural superiority. They seek not just religious conversion, but cultural transformation. They establish schools teaching English. They introduce British customs and values. They attempt to suppress local practices they view as backward or immoral. The civilizing mission becomes imperial justification. This creates complex legacies. The missionaries oppose some cruel practices. They establish educational institutions that train local elites. They create written forms of previously oral languages. They document local cultures. Yet they also undermine traditional societies and impose foreign values. Their work both helps and harms the societies they enter. The abolition movement represents genuine moral conviction. Many participants sincerely believe slavery contradicts Christian principles. They sacrifice time, money, and comfort to fight it. Their campaign succeeds through persistence and moral persuasion. This represents one of the era's few unambiguous achievements. Yet the broader implications prove complicated. Abolition allows Britain to claim moral superiority over other nations and over its own colonies. The civilizing mission justifies continued and expanding imperial control. Britain can portray empire not as exploitation but as benevolent guidance. The humanitarian impulse becomes entangled with imperial ambition. The Royal Navy enforces abolition aggressively. British ships patrol African waters, stopping suspected slavers. Treaties with African rulers aim to end the slave trade at its source. When rulers resist, Britain sometimes uses force. The ruler of Lagos is deposed in 1851 for refusing to sign anti-slavery treaties. Humanitarian goals mix with imperial expansion. The anti-slavery movement creates precedent for humanitarian intervention. Britain increasingly portrays itself as enforcer of civilization's standards. This mentality shapes future imperial policy. The nation that once profited from slavery becomes its most aggressive opponent. This transformation, however complicated its motivations, ends one of history's great evils within British territories. The Great Game, imperial rivalry in Central Asia. The map of Asia becomes a chessboard during the 19th century. Two empires eye each other across thousands of miles of deserts, mountains, and steppes. Russia pushes steadily southward from Siberia. Britain controls India and fears any threat to its prize. Between them lies Central Asia, a region of ancient kingdoms, tribal confederations, and strategic passes. The contest for influence becomes known as the Great Game. Arthur Connolly, a British intelligence officer, coins the term during his travels through the region. Rudyard Kipling later popularizes it in his novel, Kim. The phrase captures the nature of the struggle, a competition where territories and peoples become pawns in a larger imperial contest. Espionage, diplomacy, and occasional military action characterize this rivalry rather than open warfare. The Russian Empire expands relentlessly through the early 19th century. The Tsars view southward expansion as natural and necessary. They seek warm water ports. They pursue influence in Persia and Afghanistan. They conquer the Central Asian Khanates one by one. By the 1860s and 1870s, Russian control extends to the borders of Afghanistan. Britain views this expansion with alarm. India represents the empire's most valuable possession. Any Russian approach toward India's northwestern frontier triggers British concern. The mountain passes through Afghanistan could, in theory, provide invasion routes. British strategic thinking becomes dominated by preventing Russian access to these passes. Geography makes Afghanistan critical. The country sits directly between Russian Central Asia and British India. Control over Afghanistan means control over the approaches to India. Neither empire can ignore it. Neither finds it easy to control. The Afghans resist foreign domination fiercely. The rivalry produces 3 Anglo-Afghan wars across the century. The first begins in 1838. Dost Muhammad Khan rules as Emir of Afghanistan. He maintains relations with Russia, seeking support against the Sikhs who control Peshawar. British officials demand he sever these connections and give Britain more control over his territory. When he refuses, Britain invades. British forces march from India into Afghanistan in December 1838. They install Shah Shuja Durrani as a puppet ruler in Kabul. Shah Shuja had once ruled Afghanistan but proved unpopular, known for harsh cruelty. His return under British protection sparks resentment. Initial British success masks growing trouble. By 1841, Afghanistan seethes with rebellion. British officials face constant threat. The situation deteriorates throughout the year. In January 1842, British authorities decide to evacuate Kabul and retreat to India. The retreating column consists of approximately 4,500 troops, including 690 Europeans, plus 12,000 camp followers. The retreat becomes disaster. Afghan forces attack the column repeatedly as it struggles through mountain passes in winter. The cold proves as deadly as combat. Of the entire force, only 1 European reaches the British fort at Jalalabad alive. Dr. William Bryden arrives on a dying horse in January 1842, sole survivor of the retreat. Some prisoners are taken and later released, but the column itself is annihilated. This catastrophe haunts British strategic thinking for decades. Afghanistan proves unconquerable. The First Anglo-Afghan War demonstrates the limits of British military power. The disaster influences future policy debates between forward and backward schools of thought regarding imperial defense. The backward school argues Britain should defend India at its existing borders. Extending control into buffer territories risks overreach and disaster, as Afghanistan demonstrates. Better to maintain strong defenses at the frontier than attempt to hold hostile territories beyond it. The forward school advocates the opposite. They argue that defending India requires controlling the approaches to India. This means extending British influence into Afghanistan, Persia, and neighboring regions. Only by advancing the defensive perimeter can India remain secure. These debates intensify as Russian expansion continues. Russia conquers the Khanates of Khiva, Bukhara, and Kokand during the 1860s and 1870s. These territories border Afghanistan directly. Russian forces now stand closer to India than ever before. British anxiety increases accordingly. The Second Anglo-Afghan War begins in 1878. The emir at this time, Sher Ali Khan, accepts a Russian diplomatic mission in Kabul. When Britain demands to send its own mission, Sher Ali refuses. Britain interprets this as hostile action and invades once more. The initial military campaign succeeds. British forces occupy Kabul and other major cities. The emir flees and soon after passes away. His son, Yaqub Khan, signs the Treaty of Gandamak in May 1879. The treaty gives Britain control over Afghan foreign policy and allows a permanent British mission in Kabul. The settlement proves fragile. In September 1879, the British mission in Kabul is attacked. The envoy, Sir Louis Cavagnari, is eliminated along with his entire staff and escort. Britain responds with another military expedition. Fighting continues until 1880, when Abdur Rahman Khan becomes emir with British support. He proves more effective at maintaining control than his predecessors. The Second War establishes Afghanistan as a buffer state under British influence, but not direct control. Britain controls Afghan foreign relations. Russia cannot approach Afghanistan without British permission. The arrangement preserves Afghanistan's nominal independence while serving British strategic interests. The broader Great Game extends beyond Afghanistan. In Persia, both empires compete for influence. Russia supports the Qajar dynasty while Britain maintains its own connections with Persian rulers. The two powers effectively divide Persia into spheres of influence. northern regions falling under Russian sway, while southern regions align with British interests. Tibet becomes another arena of competition. Russia seeks influence with the Dalai Lama. Britain, fearing Russian penetration of Tibet, launches Francis's Younghusband's expedition to Lhasa in 1904. The expedition forces Tibet to accept British terms and close its doors to Russian influence. The mission proves controversial even in Britain, seen by some as excessive aggression. Throughout this period, both empires employ explorers, surveyors, and spies. These men map uncharted territories, gather intelligence on troop movements, and assess local political situations. They operate in dangerous conditions, often in disguise, penetrating regions where European presence invites suspicion or violence. The Great Game produces remarkable characters on both sides. British participants include not just Connolly but Alexander Burnes, who conducts extensive reconnaissance in Central Asia before his demise in Kabul during the First Afghan War. Francis Younghusband combines exploration with military mission leadership. These men view themselves as servants of empire engaged in noble work. For the peoples of Central Asia and Afghanistan, the Great Game brings disruption. Their territories become contested zones. Their rulers face constant pressure from both empires. Wars destroy their cities and countryside. The local population pays the price for imperial rivalry they did not seek. The strategic competition never becomes direct war between Russia and Britain. The two nations clash in the Crimean War from 1853 to 1856, but that conflict centers on the Ottoman Empire rather than Central Asia. In Asia itself, the Great Game remains a contest of influence, espionage, and proxy conflicts rather than open battle between Russian and British forces. Economic considerations matter less here than in other imperial regions. Central Asia lacks the resources that drive imperial expansion elsewhere. The region produces little that Britain needs. Russia's interest stems more from prestige and strategic positioning than economic gain. This is empire as geopolitical competition more than economic exploitation. The Anglo-Russian Convention of 1907 formally ends the Great Game. Russia recognizes Afghanistan and southern Persia as British spheres of influence. Britain acknowledges Russian interests in Central Asia and northern Persia. Both powers agree Tibet as neutral territory. The agreement reflects their common interest in facing the rising power of Germany rather than continuing their Asian rivalry. The Great Game establishes patterns that outlast the British and Russian empires. Afghanistan remains difficult for foreign powers to control. The region's strategic importance persists. The competition for influence continues long after the original players leave the stage. The geographic realities that shaped 19th century rivalries continue to shape 21st century geopolitics. The Southern Tip, Conquest and Conflict in South Africa. The Cape of Good Hope sits at Africa's southern tip, commanding the sea route to India. The Dutch East India Company establishes a refreshment station there in 1652. Dutch settlers, later known as Boers, gradually expand inland. They develop a distinct identity, speaking Afrikaans, practicing Calvinist Christianity, and viewing themselves as a people apart. Britain seizes the Cape during the Napoleonic Wars. The strategic location proves too valuable to leave in potentially hostile hands. The first British occupation occurs in 1795. After a brief return to Dutch control, Britain retakes the Cape permanently in 1806. The Treaty of Vienna in 1815 confirms British possession. The British bring different attitudes and policies. They impose English as the official language. They introduce British legal systems. They establish newspapers and schools. The Boer population views these changes with resentment. Traditional ways face challenge from British notions of governance and society. The most significant change involves slavery. The Cape's economy depends heavily on enslaved labor. Dutch farmers own thousands of enslaved people. When Britain abolishes slavery in 1833, compensation goes to slave owners, but the amounts prove insufficient in most farmers' views. Many Boers see abolition as British interference destroying their economic foundation. Religious missionaries arrive with British rule. They establish missions among indigenous populations. They advocate for the rights of native peoples. Some push for equal treatment under law. This appalls many Boers, who maintain strict racial hierarchies. The missions become sources of tension between British authorities and Dutch settlers. British immigration increases pressure. In 1820, several thousand British settlers arrive in the Eastern Cape. They establish towns and farms. Their presence anglicizes the region further. The Boers find themselves increasingly marginalized in what they view as their own land. These tensions explode in the Great Trek. Between 1835 and 1854, thousands of Boers pack their belongings into ox wagons and leave the Cape Colony. They trek northward into the interior, seeking to establish their own republics beyond British control. The migration reshapes southern African geography and sets the stage for future conflicts. The trekkers encounter indigenous kingdoms controlling the interior. The Zulu nation under King Dingaan dominates much of the eastern interior. The Matabele under Mzilikazi control regions to the north. These are not scattered tribes, but organized states with powerful armies. The Boers must fight to establish themselves. At Blood River in December 1838, a small force of trekkers defeats a much larger Zulu army. The Boers form a defensive circle with their wagons, creating a laager. From this protected position, they fire into the attacking Zulu forces. The battle becomes legend among Afrikaners, symbolizing their determination and divine providence in their view. The trekkers establish two main republics. The Transvaal, officially the South African Republic, forms in the north. The Orange Free State occupies the central interior. Both claim independence from Britain. Both develop constitutions denying rights to non-white inhabitants. These states represent Boer aspirations for self-governance and traditional ways of life. Britain's relationship with these republics remains ambiguous. Initially, Britain seeks to avoid entanglement in the interior. The cost of administering these territories seems to outweigh their value. Britain recognizes Transvaal independence in the Sand River Convention of 1852 and Orange Free State independence in the Bloemfontein Convention of 1854. This hands-off policy changes when diamonds are discovered. Massive deposits are found at Kimberley in 1867, located in territory between the Orange Free State and the Cape Colony. The discovery transforms Southern African economics overnight. British interest in the interior intensifies dramatically. The Cape Colony expands to encompass the diamond fields. British authorities annex the territory, incorporating it into the colony. The Orange Free State protests, but lacks the power to prevent the annexation. The diamonds fund further British expansion and development in the region. Meanwhile, conflicts with African kingdoms intensify. The Xhosa people of the Eastern Cape wage a series of wars against British and colonial forces throughout the 19th century. These conflicts, known as the Frontier Wars, span decades. 9 separate wars occur between 1779 and 1879. Each pushes Xhosa territory further back. Each costs lives and resources on both sides. The Zulu kingdom represents the most formidable African power in the region. Under Shaka in the early 19th century, the Zulu develop highly effective military organization. Their armies use close combat tactics, emphasizing discipline and coordinated movement. They conquer neighboring peoples and establish regional dominance. By the 1870s, British authorities view the Zulu kingdom as an obstacle to confederation. Sir Bartle Frere, the British High Commissioner, issues an ultimatum to the Zulu king Cetshwayo in December 1878. The demands are designed to be unacceptable, including disbanding the Zulu military system. When Cetshwayo refuses, Britain invades. The Anglo-Zulu War of 1879 begins with disaster for Britain. At Isandlwana in January, a Zulu army destroys a British column, eliminating over 1,300 British and colonial troops. The defeat shocks Britain and Europe. Indigenous African forces have annihilated a modern European army in open battle. Later the same day, a small British garrison at Rorke's Drift successfully defends against Zulu attack. The heroic defense provides some compensation for Isandlwana's disaster. Britain reinforces its forces and eventually defeats the Zulu at Ulundi in July 1879. The kingdom is broken up, its military power destroyed. These conflicts reveal several patterns. African societies resist European expansion actively and sometimes successfully. They adapt their tactics and sometimes adopt European weapons. The Zulu prove particularly effective at military organization. British victory requires significant military investment and determination. African societies are not swept aside easily. The British also face resistance from the Boer republics. After the discovery of even more valuable gold deposits in the Transvaal in 1886, British interest in controlling the region intensifies. The Witwatersrand goldfields proved to be among the richest in the world. The independent Transvaal suddenly controls immense mineral wealth. British imperial planners begin to view Boer independence as intolerable. Cecil Rhodes, Prime Minister of the Cape Colony, dreams of British control from the Cape to Cairo. The Boer republics sit directly in the path of this vision. Tension builds throughout the 1890s. The conflict over the Transvaal culminates in the Second Boer War, but that belongs to a later period. By the end of the 19th century, the pattern is clear. British control expands across southern Africa through a combination of settlement, annexation, and military conquest. Boer republics maintain precarious independence while sitting on valuable resources. African kingdoms face systematic destruction of their political and military power. The region develops along racial lines. British territories practice discrimination, but with some legal protections for non-white inhabitants. The Boer republics implement more rigid racial hierarchies. African societies lose land and autonomy progressively. The Cape's non-white population experiences growing restrictions despite some formal rights. The southern tip of Africa demonstrates empire's complexity. British authorities sometimes protect African rights against Boer encroachment while simultaneously conquering African kingdoms. Humanitarian rhetoric coexists with brutal warfare. Strategic and economic interests override stated principles repeatedly. The Cape route to India must be secured, minerals must be controlled, and European rivals must be kept at bay. These imperatives shape policy more than humanitarian concerns. The jewel in the crown, the formal Raj, is born. India in 1857 appears stable under company rule. The East India Company controls vast territories directly. It maintains treaty relationships with hundreds of princely states. Its armies, composed largely of Indian soldiers called sepoys, seem loyal and effective. Beneath this surface, tensions simmer. The company's policies alienate many Indians. The doctrine of lapse allows the company to annex any princely state lacking a male heir. Traditional adoption practices are ignored. Between 1848 and 1856, several important states disappear this way. Rulers and nobles lose their positions and incomes. Resentment builds. Land revenue policies disrupt traditional relationships. The permanent settlement in Bengal and similar arrangements elsewhere create new classes of landlords while dispossessing traditional landholders. Peasants face higher rents. Village communities fracture. The old order crumbles under company administration. Religious concerns add fuel to these grievances. Christian missionaries operate openly, sometimes with company support. Attempts to reform Hindu practices like sati, the burning of widows, are viewed by some as cultural interference. The company claims neutrality in religious matters, but appears increasingly aligned with Christian civilization. The spark that ignites rebellion seems trivial. The company introduces new Enfield rifles requiring soldiers to bite open cartridges before loading. Rumors spread that the cartridges are greased with animal fat, pork and beef fat mixed together. Muslims view pork as unclean. Hindus revere the cow as sacred. Biting such cartridges would violate fundamental religious principles for soldiers of both faiths. The crisis begins at Meerut in May 1857. Sepoys refuse to use the cartridges. 85 soldiers face court-martial and imprisonment. The next day, their comrades rebel. They free the prisoners, eliminate several British officers, and march to Delhi. They proclaim the elderly Mughal emperor Bahadur Shah II as their leader. The rebellion spreads rapidly across northern India. Lucknow, Kanpur, Jhansi, and other cities witness uprisings. Some Indian rulers join the rebels. Rani Lakshmibai of Jhansi becomes a symbol of resistance, leading her forces in battle. Nana Sahib, adopted son of the deposed Peshwa of the Marathas, declares himself Peshwa and joins the rebellion. The violence proves brutal on both sides. At Kanpur, British women and children face unliving after a siege. The incident, whether massacre or chaos during evacuation, remains disputed, enrages British opinion. British forces respond with equally savage reprisals. Captured rebels are blown from cannons. Villages suspected of supporting rebels are destroyed. The company's position looks desperate initially, Much of the Bengal army mutinies. Large territories fall under rebel control. British forces are scattered and outnumbered. For several months, the company's rule appears close to collapse. Several factors save British control. The rebellion remains largely confined to northern India. The presidencies of Madras and Bombay stay mostly loyal. The Punjab, recently annexed, provides Sikh troops who fight for the British. The princely states of Hyderabad, Kashmir, and others maintain their treaties with the company. The rebels lack coordination. Different groups have different goals. The sepoys want their grievances addressed. Deposed rulers seek restoration. Some pursue a broader liberation from company rule. These divergent aims prevent unified action. There's no single leadership or coordinated strategy. The British gradually regain control. Delhi falls to British forces in September 1857 after a siege. Lucknow is relieved twice and finally secured in March 1858. Jhansi falls in April. By the end of 1858, organized resistance has been crushed, though guerrilla activity continues into 1859. The suppression proves ruthless. Villages burn. Suspected rebels hang from trees lining roads. The British emerge traumatized and vengeful. The image of Indian loyalty has shattered. Trust between British authorities and Indian subjects erodes severely. The rebellion forces fundamental reorganization. The East India Company's days as a governing power end. The British government decides direct control is necessary. In August 1858, Parliament passes the Government of India Act. The company's territories and armies transfer to the Crown. The company itself limps along for another 15 years before final dissolution in 1874, but its political role ends in 1858. Queen Victoria issues a proclamation in November 1858. The document promises respect for Indian princes' rights and territories. It pledges religious neutrality. It guarantees Indians the right to government posts based on merit. It sounds conciliatory, but the reality proves different. Direct crown rule, known as the Raj, brings changes. The Indian civil service expands. British officials govern under the authority of the Secretary of State for India in London and the Viceroy in India. The system becomes more bureaucratic, more formal, more explicitly racial in its hierarchy. The Indian Army undergoes complete reorganization. The ratio of British to Indian troops increases significantly. Indian soldiers no longer serve in artillery units. Recruitment focuses on groups deemed martial races while limiting recruitment from areas that rebelled. The army becomes a tool of control more explicitly than before. The princely states remain nominally independent but under tight British supervision. They cannot conduct foreign relations independently. British residents advise their governments. They maintain their thrones at British pleasure. Some 565 princely states continue to exist, covering about 2/5 of the subcontinent and containing a quarter of the population. The rebellion's causes receive different interpretations. British authorities at the time view it as a military mutiny sparked by cartridge grease, complicated by criminal elements, and misguided traditionalists. Modern historians see deeper causes: a traditional society's resistance to rapid change imposed by foreign conquerors, economic exploitation, and cultural disruption. The Indian perspective evolves over time. During the freedom struggle of the 20th century, Indian nationalists portray 1857 as India's first war of independence. They honor the rebels as freedom fighters. The events become part of national mythology, symbols of resistance against British rule. The rebellion's defeat ensures another 90 years of British control, but it also plants seeds of future independence movements. The uprising demonstrates that Indians will resist when pushed too far. It shows that company rule, however extensive its military resources, remains vulnerable to determined opposition. For Britain, the assumption of direct crown rule represents both triumph and burden. The jewel in the imperial crown now rests directly in royal hands, but governing India proves expensive, complex, and ultimately unsustainable. The formal Raj begins with the suppression of revolt in 1858. It ends with independence in 1947. The entire period carries the shadow of 1857, the moment when Indian resistance nearly succeeded. The scramble for Africa from the Cape to Cairo. By the late 1800s, Africa drew the eyes of Europe with a new level of intensity. For centuries, most outside powers had held only thin coastal posts on the continent. But rising rivalry, new demands for raw goods, and a desire for prestige pushed the British Empire and its peers inland. What followed reshaped the map. For Britain, the chain of events began in the northeast. The Suez Canal had opened in 1869, cutting a narrow passage from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea. It changed the scale of travel to India. A voyage that once circled Africa became a straight path through the desert. The canal's value was clear, and Britain wanted to secure it. In 1875, the British government bought a major share from the Khedive of Egypt, who needed funds. British influence deepened fast. By 1882, unrest in Egypt threatened the flow of trade, and Britain stepped in with force, taking control of the government in everything but name. Cairo became a vital link in the long imperial chain. Sudan soon followed. The region was under the rule of a strong religious state that challenged both Egyptian and British interests. The struggle lasted years. British and Egyptian forces moved south, meeting fierce opposition, long marches, and harsh terrain. The climax came in 1898 when a British-led army, using modern arms and tight discipline, broke the power of the Mahdist regime at Omdurman. With this victory, a vast stretch of the Nile came under British control. The northern anchor of a grand vision was now set. That vision belonged to Cecil Rhodes. A man of ambition, sharp mind, and steady will, Rhodes built a fortune from the diamond fields of southern Africa. He believed British expansion was both destiny and duty. His focus grew beyond mines and markets. He wanted a line of British lands running from the Cape in the south to the Nile Delta in the north, linked over time by railway and telegraph. This idea, bold and sweeping, guided British action for years. From the Cape, where Britain held firm control, expansion pushed north. Bechuanaland came under British authority, followed by vast lands that would bear Rhodes's name. These steps were marked by negotiation, pressure, and at times armed clashes with local groups. The Ndebele and Shona resisted strongly. Their attempts to keep their lands led to hard fighting, but the British had steady supplies, new arms, and a growing settler presence. The push north continued, but Britain was not alone in its advance. France wanted a long belt of territory stretching from the Atlantic to the Red Sea. Germany, eager to show its strength, claimed lands in the southwest and the east. Belgium took control of the Congo under the personal rule of its monarch, an arrangement that led to grave abuses recorded in many accounts from the time. The pressure of these rival claims raised the risk of conflict. To prevent open struggle in Europe, the powers met at the Berlin Conference in 1884 and 1885. No African leaders were present. The delegates set rules for claiming land, insisting that claims had to rest on real administration, not just lines on maps. This agreement sparked a wave of expansion. European powers hurried to plant flags, sign treaties, and build posts before rivals reached the same ground. Britain moved with purpose. In West Africa, they expanded inland, taking control of trade routes and river systems that fed into the Niger. In East Africa, they secured footholds on the coast, then pressed toward the highlands. A railway from the coast to the interior, built through rough country and steep escarpments, opened the way for further settlement and control. The project drew on workers from across the empire and faced constant hurdles, terrain, wildlife, and disease, but it marked a new stage of reach. By the century's end, Britain held a chain of territories across large parts of the continent. From Egypt in the north to the Cape in the south, the red of the imperial map spread thick and wide. The Cape to Cairo dream, though never fully matched by steel rails from end to end, shaped British policy and imagination. It symbolized a belief in boundless expansion. The scramble left deep marks. Old societies were strained or reshaped. New borders were drawn with little regard for local ties. Many African communities resisted, and their struggles are recorded across diaries, reports, and oral histories. But the tide of European expansion was strong, backed by ships, rifles, and wealth. By the dawn of the 1900s, the British Empire in Africa was not a loose string of ports. It was a solid structure of administrations, railways, trading posts, and military stations. Britain saw it as proof of its global strength. The effects, however, would echo far beyond the imperial age. Gunboat diplomacy in China, the Opium Wars. The story opens along the Pearl River Delta in the early decades of the 1800s. Warm air drifts across the water. Junks move slowly through the haze. The Qing Empire still stands as one of the oldest continuous states on Earth. Its rulers see their land as the center of the world. They trade on their terms. They expect tribute rather than partnership. Foreign merchants are kept at a distance, allowed to operate only in select ports and under strict rules. Yet Britain has a growing taste for Chinese tea. Tea fills ships in Canton, flows into London, and shapes daily life across the Isles. But China wants little in return. Silver drains from British coffers, and the balance of trade tilts with no sign of correction. Traders look for an answer. They find one in opium, grown under British control in India. According to records from the East India Company, the trade grows sharply in the early 19th century. The substance is illegal in China, but demand does not fall. Smugglers land crates under cover of night. Local dealers move it inland. Silver comes back in steady streams. The Qing state sees the danger. By the late 1830s, addiction has spread through cities and villages. Court scholars warn of social decay. The Daoguang emperor sends a respected official, Lin Zexu, to Canton with clear orders: stop the trade. Lin acts with force and care. He meets foreign merchants, demands an end to smuggling, and collects thousands of chests of opium. In 1839, he destroys them in public. This moment, described in both Qing archives and British reports, becomes the spark. London reacts with fury. The British government argues that its merchants have been wronged and that free trade must be upheld. Warships depart. They steam into the South China Sea with iron hulls and modern guns. China cannot match this technology. The Qing Navy uses wooden junks built for river and coastal duty. Their cannons are outclassed. Each clash ends the same way: shattered defenses, lost forts, and a retreat inland. The First Opium War moves steadily along the coast. According to British naval logs, fleets seize key positions with little resistance once shore batteries fall. The Qing court, long accustomed to victory against steppe powers, now faces a foe that does not meet them on open plains but strikes from the sea. By 1842, after defeat at several strongpoints, China seeks peace. The Treaty of Nanking is signed. It marks a shift in world history. Hong Kong passes into British hands. Several ports open to foreign trade. A large indemnity is imposed. Tariffs, once controlled by the Qing, are now fixed by treaty. Peace does not solve the deeper issues. Tension returns. Smuggling continues. Foreign merchants push for more privileges. Missionaries arrive and press for wider access to the interior. Qing officials resist. Friction grows through the 1850s. Then in 1856, the boarding of a ship, recorded in both British and Chinese papers, provides London with an excuse. A second war begins. This conflict proves more destructive. France joins Britain. Together they target coastal forts, then push toward the capital. Qing defenses buckle. Diplomats attempt talks, but negotiations stall. In 1860, Anglo-French forces march on Beijing. They reach the Summer Palace, long a symbol of imperial might and artistic brilliance. The complex is seized and set ablaze in punishment for the mistreatment of envoys. Contemporary eyewitness accounts describe flames rising through the night sky. The event shocks the Qing elite and remains a lasting scar. New treaties follow. More ports open. Foreigners gain rights to travel inland. Christian missions expand under legal protection. Foreign concessions grow in size and influence. China retains its throne, its flag, and its ancient institutions, but the balance of power has shifted. It is no longer a realm that sets the terms of trade. It negotiates from weakness. These wars show the world a new face of empire. Britain has long used trade and diplomacy to expand its reach. In China, it pairs commerce with open force. Warships become tools of policy. Legal agreements follow military pressure. Ports become gateways for goods, ideas, and influence. This model, later seen in regions from the Ottoman coast to Pacific Islands, turns naval power into quiet rule without full occupation. The Opium Wars also reveal China's internal struggles. As scholars of the late Qing note, the empire was already strained. Population growth had outpaced reform. Regional armies held more sway than the central government. Rebellions simmered, including the vast Taiping uprising, which erupted just after the First War. The conflicts with Britain exposed these weaknesses, but did not cause them. Instead, they made recovery harder. Hong Kong grows into a key trading hub. Merchants from across Asia settle there. Its harbor, deep and sheltered, becomes vital for British strategy in the Far East. Railways, telegraph lines, and warehouses follow. Customs rules favor British commerce. Each year pulls the territory deeper into imperial networks. Back in China, the Qing court begins reforms, often called the self-strengthening movement. According to memorials from the period, ministers urged the adoption of Western arms and technologies, while keeping core Confucian values. Progress is uneven. Some arsenals rise, shipyards open, but conservatism and factional tension slow the pace. China cannot modernize as fast as foreign powers expand. For Britain, the goal was never full conquest. China was too vast, too complex, and too costly to rule outright. The objective was access, open ports, steady trade, and secure rights for merchants. The wars achieve this. They carve out a distinct form of influence, firm, profitable, and defended by distant fleets. By the late 19th century, China has become a stage where several empires maneuver. Russia moves in from the north, Japan rises after its own reforms and looks toward Korea and Manchuria. France, Germany, and the United States claim spheres of interest. Britain holds many of the best ports, but must now balance its aims against rival powers. In this crowded world, Britain leans on its navy. Ships patrol the Yangtze. Gunboats sit at anchor in treaty ports. Consuls and merchants report local events. The empire watches closely, seeking to protect trade routes that link India, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific. Yet the Opium Wars leave an enduring legacy. They alter China's view of the outside world. They reshape ideas of sovereignty, technology, and reform. They also change Britain. Public debate grows over the ethics of the opium trade. Parliamentary records show steady criticism in the later 19th century. Missionary groups call for a more moral policy. Economists question the long-term value of coercive trade. Through this mix of conflict, commerce, and uneasy peace, the relationship between the two empires enters the modern age. One still strong but rigid, the other small but industrial and outward-looking. Their encounters mark a turning point in global history, when sea power and industry begin to outweigh ancient political weight. The Opium Wars do not end China's long story, but they open a door, a forced door, that reshapes both nations and sets the tone for the next century. Dominion status, the settlement colonies. In the quiet corners of the empire, far from the dust and struggle of Asia and Africa, a different story was unfolding. These were the settler colonies, places where British subjects had crossed oceans not just to trade, but to live. Lands like Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa became extensions of Britain itself, molded by waves of migration, shared language, and familiar laws. But in time, these places wanted something more. Canada was the first to shift. In 1867, it brought together several provinces into a single federation known as the Dominion of Canada. The move gave it control over domestic affairs, though foreign policy remained in London's hands. Still, it marked the start of a new path, a model of loyal autonomy. Australia followed, piecing together its colonies into a federation in 1901. New Zealand debated joining Australia but chose its own route. In 1907, it accepted Dominion status directly. South Africa, shaped by war and rivalry between British settlers and Boer republics, formed its union in 1910. Each of these transitions was peaceful, formalized through British law. The crown remained, but local parliaments gained real power. The 1907 Imperial Conference gave the word dominion official meaning. It referred to self-governing colonies of the crown, equal in status, united by loyalty, and free to manage their own affairs. They were not colonies in the old sense. They were partners, still tied to Britain but not ruled by it. This approach suited everyone, for a while. London found it easier to manage distant lands when local leaders took on the day-to-day tasks. Settlers preferred governing themselves to taking orders from Whitehall. The imperial bond became a flexible one, held together by mutual interest rather than command. These dominions kept British flags and institutions. They sent troops when wars came. They celebrated royal visits and flew the Union Jack. Yet they also developed their own identities. Canadian and Australian accents diverged, local industries grew, newspapers debated British policies with a tone that was once unthinkable. Indigenous peoples in each of these lands were left out of this story. Their rights were ignored or crushed, treaties were broken, lands taken. In Canada, policies of assimilation were enforced through residential schools. In Australia, Aboriginal communities were driven from their land. In South Africa, racial divisions hardened into early forms of segregation. The Dominion story is one of white self-government. Others lived under it, but rarely within it. Still, by the early 20th century, these dominions formed the inner circle of Britain's global system. They traded across imperial routes, shared defense plans, and offered soldiers when war came. They were often called the White Dominions, places where British culture and demographics had taken root most deeply. As the empire stretched, the dominions gave it depth. They were proof to some that empire could mature, that it didn't have to be imposed forever, that British rule could evolve into partnership, not just control. But even then, cracks showed. Nationalist movements stirred, especially after war tested those bonds. The story of the dominions was still unfolding. They had been colonies, then dominions, and in time, many would become nations in their own right. But for a few decades, they lived in between, loyal, proud, and just independent enough. Empire at its peak, the Edwardian zenith. By 1910, the British Empire stood across a quarter of the earth. It ruled over more than 400 million people. From the white snows of Canada to the red dust of Australia, from the gold mines of South Africa to the cotton fields of India, its reach was vast and varied. Its flag flew over ports, palaces, railways, and rivers. Its language spread, so did its systems of law, trade, and governance. It was an empire where the sun famously never set. This was the age of Edward VII and after 1910, George Futh. The Edwardian years were brief but marked by high confidence and ceremony. The British public saw the empire not just as power, but as a sign of virtue. Newspapers printed maps shaded in red. Schoolbooks taught that British rule brought order, progress, and civilization. Cities like London, Liverpool, and Glasgow thrived. They pulsed with imperial wealth. Tea from Assam, rubber from Malaya, gold from Ghana, and wool from New Zealand filled their warehouses and markets. India remained the crown jewel. Its people and resources were vital. British officers ran the administration. Railways stitched the country together. Textiles flowed from Manchester mills to Indian towns. Yet the image of calm control masked unrest. Nationalist movements were growing. The Indian National Congress was now a voice for reform. In Bengal, protests stirred. The partition of the province in 1905 had triggered boycotts. Students marched. Workers organized. The empire stood tall, but its foundations were beginning to shift. In 1911, the Delhi Durbar marked the coronation of George Futh. It was a pageant of imperial authority. Tens of thousands gathered. Princes from across India offered loyalty. The king-emperor, dressed in robes heavy with jewels, made a rare appearance. British officials saw it as a moment of triumph, but for many Indians, it was a reminder of foreign rule. Beyond India, Africa was rapidly changing. British control expanded north from the Cape and west across Nigeria. Railways followed conquest. Settlers planted wheat and built towns. Yet colonial policies often favored white landowners and excluded Africans from decision-making. Resistance brewed. In places like Kenya and Rhodesia, land alienation sowed long-term grievance. The empire claimed to bring peace, but it also redrew borders and disrupted lives. In the Pacific, Australia and New Zealand had become dominions, managing their own affairs while staying loyal to the crown. Canada had already done so in 1867. These white settler colonies enjoyed self-rule. They elected parliaments, set taxes, and built identities tied to Britain, but also increasingly separate. Their soldiers wore British uniforms, but their flags and politics were becoming their own. Britain's navy ensured dominance. The Royal Navy was the largest in the world. It protected trade, deterred rivals, and projected power. Battleships anchored in every ocean. Naval bases dotted the globe: Gibraltar, Malta, Aden, Singapore. The empire's arteries, its shipping lanes, relied on this shield of steel. It was a floating empire, as much as a territorial one. London, meanwhile, was the empire's brain. Its banks financed railways in Africa and plantations in the Caribbean. Its courts set legal precedents copied across colonies. Politicians spoke in parliament of duty, commerce, and global responsibility. Missionaries traveled from its churches. Scholars wrote of civilizing missions. The idea of empire was not just practical, it was moral. But cracks were showing. In Ireland, home rule debates intensified. Nationalists pushed for independence. The tension between Protestants in the north and Catholics in the south was growing. The government tried to balance demands, but resentment deepened. Some warned of civil war. Others saw the empire as a way to distract from local troubles. In Egypt, nationalist movements took root. The occupation that had begun as temporary in 1882 showed no sign of ending. Local elites cooperated, but many others resisted British control of finance, railways, and politics. Similar patterns played out in the Caribbean, where calls for political inclusion rose, and in Southeast Asia, where colonial education stirred questions of identity and sovereignty. At home, too, doubts grew. The Boer War, fought from 1899 to 1902, had ended in British victory, but it had come at a cost. British forces struggled against guerrilla tactics. Civilian camps used to deny shelter to fighters led to high death rates. Reports shocked the public. A sense of unease lingered. Was empire worth it? Was it just? Still, pride remained high. Britain hosted grand exhibitions of its empire. In 1900, the Paris Exposition featured imperial displays. In 1910, London's Festival of Empire celebrated colonial cooperation. Visitors walked through replicas of Indian temples, African villages, and Canadian forests. It was a world fair, meant to affirm unity. Yet, the subjects of empire had little say in how they were shown. Technology played its part in holding the empire together. Telegraph lines stretched from London to Delhi, from Cape Town to Melbourne. Messages that once took weeks now arrived in minutes. Steamships, aided by coaling stations around the globe, moved faster than ever. British-built railways ran through Egypt, India, Burma, and beyond. These lines carried goods, officials, and soldiers. Infrastructure, in the eyes of its builders, was proof of progress. But technology also spread new ideas. Books, pamphlets, and newspapers moved across borders. Anti-colonial thinkers from India, Egypt, and the Caribbean read each other's work. Education, intended to train local elites for colonial service, sometimes had the opposite effect. It created critics, literate, organized, and increasingly bold. Despite this, most Britons remained sure of their empire. It was seen as a force for good, a source of pride, a guarantor of peace. Victorian confidence had bled into Edwardian optimism. The world, it seemed, was theirs to guide. Then in 1914, that world changed. The assassination of an archduke in the Balkans sparked a chain of events that led to global war. Britain entered the conflict, and with it, the empire. Troops from India, Africa, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand joined the fight. Resources were mobilized, ports fortified, railways repurposed. The empire went to war as one, but it would not return unchanged. The years before that war, the Edwardian Age, marked the peak of imperial confidence. The British Empire was vast, wealthy, and deeply rooted. Yet beneath its polished surface lay the pressures of modern change: nationalism, social unrest, technological shifts, and rising global tensions. It was a golden facade, strong but not unbreakable. The first great rupture, World War I and the empire. In August 1914, Europe slid into war. A Serbian gunman had sparked it, but alliances and rivalries turned it into something much larger. As Britain declared war on Germany, the empire was drawn in. Its reach now became its burden. The war called not only soldiers, but resources. India answered first. Over 1 million Indian troops served. They fought in the mud of Flanders, the deserts of Mesopotamia, and the forests of East Africa. Many came from farming villages. They wore turbans and khaki. Some had never left their provinces before. Now they marched in cold rain under gray skies far from home. Africa sent its people too. Carriers, laborers, scouts. Some served in uniform, others under contract. In West and East Africa, battles unfolded between colonial powers. Local populations were drawn into fights not their own. In return, promises were made. Service would lead to recognition. Few of those promises were kept. The settler colonies, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, sent thousands. Canada fought at Ypres and Vimy Ridge. Australians and New Zealanders landed at Gallipoli, a narrow beach under steep cliffs. The plan failed, many died, but the sacrifice shaped national memory. Anzac Day would mark it every year that followed. In Britain, the empire's help was noticed, but not always honored. Colonial troops were praised in speeches, but kept separate in camps. Racial hierarchies remained. Still, letters home from officers often praised the bravery of Indian and African troops. Diaries mention acts of care, endurance, and humor in the hardest conditions. The war was not only fought with guns. It needed grain, cloth, fuel, horses, mules, wheat from the Punjab. Cotton from Egypt, rubber from Malaya, gold and silver from South Africa, all moved through imperial routes. The empire became a machine, feeding the front. But the war also exposed cracks. In India, hopes for reform grew. The Indian National Congress supported the war, expecting political progress in return. Leaders like Gandhi urged cooperation. Yet when the war ended, the promised reforms were slow and limited. Disappointment turned to protest. In Egypt, British control deepened. Officially still part of the Ottoman Empire at war's start, Egypt became a British protectorate by 1914. Troops were stationed there in large numbers. The Suez Canal, vital to empire, had to be protected. After years of war, Egyptians demanded more than occupation. By 1919, protests filled the streets. In Ireland, the war delayed home rule but did not erase the issue. The 1916 Easter Rising, though crushed, shifted public opinion. By war's end, the push for independence had gained momentum. Back in Britain, the cost was staggering. Over 700,000 British soldiers lost their lives. The economy strained under debt. Inflation rose. Ships had been sunk. Factories had been turned to arms production, and peacetime trade had shrunk. The empire, though vast, had helped Britain survive the war. But the strain had changed the terms. The imperial model, center-strong, periphery loyal, was under pressure. The colonies had given much. Now they asked, what next? The 1919 Treaty of Versailles redrew maps. Former German colonies were handed to Britain and France as mandates. In Africa, Britain gained Tanganyika. In the Middle East, Iraq and Palestine came under British rule. These were not colonies in name, but in function they were. Britain now had more land, but also more responsibility. The war had also altered ideas. Nationalism had grown. Soldiers had seen other lands, other systems. They returned home with new thoughts. In India, the 1919 Amritsar massacre, when British troops opened fire on unarmed civilians, became a turning point. Trust broke. Protests spread. The empire's image dimmed. For the Dominions, the war forged identity. Canada, Australia, and New Zealand had fought under the British flag. But their own flags were rising. They demanded a seat at the table. The 1919 Paris Peace Conference saw Dominion leaders speak for themselves. It was symbolic, but significant. In South Africa, the war deepened divisions. White settlers remained dominant. Black South Africans served, mostly in support roles. Their contributions went largely unrecognized. The color line held firm. Across the empire, voices rose. Writers, activists, veterans, they began to ask what empire meant. Was it mutual benefit or silent rule? Could it survive the winds now blowing from Cairo to Calcutta? World War I had not broken the British Empire, but it had shaken it. The cost in blood and gold was high. The unity once assumed now required effort. A century of dominance had passed. The next would ask harder questions. The war brought a kind of reckoning. It showed the strength of imperial links, but also their limits. Empires were no longer unchallenged. The people within them wanted more than orders. They wanted voice. In the quiet after the armistice, under gray November skies, Britain stood victorious, but altered. The world was moving. So were its people. The interwar crisis, nationalism, and the mandates. The guns fell silent in November 1918. Britain emerged victorious, its empire larger than ever before. Yet beneath the victory parades and monument unveilings, something fundamental had shifted. The empire that ruled a quarter of humanity now faced questions it could not answer with gunboats alone. India stirred first. Millions of Indian soldiers had fought in the trenches of Europe and the deserts of Mesopotamia. They returned home expecting gratitude, perhaps reform. Instead, they found the Rowlatt Acts, laws that extended wartime restrictions on civil liberties. No trial by jury for political cases. Indefinite detention on mere suspicion. The Raj justified these measures as necessary to combat sedition. Indians saw them as betrayal. Amritsar changed everything. In April 1919, a peaceful gathering in the Punjab turned into massacre when General Reginald Dyer ordered his troops to fire into a crowd trapped in an enclosed garden. Nearly 400 people died within 10 minutes. Dyer felt no remorse. He had taught the natives a lesson, he believed. Back in Britain, some praised him. The House of Lords collected money for him. But in India, whatever goodwill remained for British rule evaporated in that garden. Enter Mohandas Gandhi, a lawyer who had spent years in South Africa developing a new form of resistance. Satyagraha, he called it. Truth, force. nonviolent non-cooperation. The idea was simple but radical. If enough Indians simply refused to cooperate with the machinery of empire, the whole system would grind to a halt. No amount of military might could force millions to willingly participate in their own subjugation. Gandhi's first major campaign targeted British cloth. He urged Indians to spin their own cotton, to wear homespun khadi rather than Lancashire textiles. The spinning wheel became a symbol of resistance. British officials struggled to comprehend how boycotting fabric could threaten an empire. But the economic impact was real. Lancashire mills, already struggling after the war, lost their largest market. The Indian National Congress, once a debating society of English-educated moderates, transformed under Gandhi's leadership. Mass movements replaced polite petitions. Hardles, general strikes, brought cities to a standstill. The Salt March of 1930 became iconic. Gandhi walked 240 miles to the sea to make salt, defying the government monopoly on this basic necessity. Thousands followed. British authorities arrested over 60,000 people. The images of police beating peaceful protesters shocked the world. Egypt, too, demanded its freedom. For decades, it had been occupied in all but name, a British protectorate that controlled the Suez Canal and the route to India. Egyptian nationalists had their own plans. The Wafd party, led by Saad Zaghloul, demanded complete independence. When the British exiled Zaghloul to Malta in 1919, Egypt erupted in revolt. Strikes paralyzed the country. Violence flared in cities and countryside alike. Britain grudgingly granted Egypt nominal independence in 1922. But the terms revealed the limits of this sovereignty. Britain retained control over defense, foreign policy, communications, and Sudan. British troops remained stationed along the canal. Egypt was independent only in the most technical sense. The reality was continued occupation dressed in diplomatic language. Palestine presented a different challenge entirely. The region had been ruled by the Ottoman Empire for 4 centuries until British forces captured it during the war. In 1917, Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour had issued a declaration supporting the establishment of a Jewish national home in Palestine, while also promising to safeguard the rights of existing Jewish communities. These two commitments would prove impossible to reconcile. Jewish immigration increased through the 1920s. The Arab majority watched with growing alarm as land changed hands and demographics shifted. Riots broke out in 1920, 1921, and most seriously in 1929 when violence in Hebron left 67 Jews dead. British authorities found themselves caught between incompatible promises made to secure wartime support. Commissions investigated, reports were written, but no solution emerged that satisfied both communities. Iraq, Transjordan, and Palestine became League of Nations mandates administered by Britain. Officially, these were not colonies, but territories being prepared for eventual independence. The distinction mattered little to the people living under British rule. Iraq erupted in revolt in 1920. British forces suppressed the uprising, but the cost in lives and pounds sterling forced London to reconsider. They installed Faisal, a Hashemite prince, as king in 1921. Iraq gained formal independence in 1932, though Britain maintained military bases and effective control over foreign policy. The mandate system represented a new stage in imperial control. The old justifications of bringing civilization to backward peoples now wore thin. Self-determination had become a rallying cry championed by Woodrow Wilson and Vladimir Lenin alike. Britain could no longer simply annex territory outright. Instead, it governed through indirect means, through friendly monarchs and military bases, through treaties that guaranteed strategic interests while granting nominal sovereignty. The Irish question finally came to a head. The Easter Rising in 1916 had been suppressed, its leaders executed. But those executions created martyrs. Sinn Féin won a landslide in the 1918 election, then declared independence and established its own parliament, the Dáil Éireann. The Irish Republican Army began a guerrilla campaign. Britain responded with the Black and Tans, former soldiers who waged brutal counterinsurgency. Villages were burned, reprisals became routine. The violence spiraled. The Anglo-Irish Treaty of 1921 partitioned Ireland. The 26 counties of the south became the Irish Free State, a dominion within the empire. The 6 counties of Ulster remained part of the United Kingdom. This compromise satisfied no one completely. It led to civil war in Ireland between those who accepted the treaty and those who rejected partition. Michael Collins, who had led the independence struggle, was shot dead by former comrades. The border drawn through Ireland would create decades of conflict. Economic crisis compounded political troubles. The war had cost Britain a quarter of its national wealth. The pound, once the anchor of global finance, now struggled. War debts to America weighed heavy. British industry, which had dominated the 19th century, now faced stiff competition from the United States and Japan. Unemployment remained stubbornly high through the 20s. The general strike of 1926 brought the country to a halt for 9 days. The empire's economic model showed its age. Britain could no longer afford to police a quarter of the globe. Military spending consumed resources needed for domestic recovery. Yet retreat seemed impossible. Naval bases in Singapore, Gibraltar, and Alexandria secured trade routes. Indian revenues still funded a large portion of imperial defense. The Dominions had their own priorities now, their own sense of national identity. They had fought as equals in the trenches. They expected to be treated accordingly. The 1926 Balfour Declaration redefined imperial relations. The Dominions were declared autonomous communities equal in status to Britain, united by common allegiance to the Crown. The 1931 Statute of Westminster enshrined this in law. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and the Irish Free State gained legislative independence. They could now make their own laws without British interference. The empire was becoming a commonwealth, though few yet used that term. The 1930s brought new challenges. The global depression devastated trade. Commodity prices collapsed, hitting colonial economies hard. British unemployment reached 3 million. Political extremism rose on both left and right. The Labour Party briefly governed, the first time a socialist party had held power, but they too found no easy answers to economic malaise. India remained the jewel, but an increasingly restive one. The Government of India Act of 1935 promised more self-government at the provincial level. Congress swept to power in most provinces. They used their limited authority to demonstrate they could govern. Meanwhile, Muhammad Ali Jinnah and the Muslim League began articulating concerns about minority rights in a Hindu-majority independent India. The seeds of partition were being sown, though few yet recognized them. The Middle East festered. Arab revolt in Palestine intensified through the 30s. Britain imposed restrictions on Jewish immigration, angering Zionists. They lifted restrictions slightly, angering Arabs. The contradictions of the mandate system reached their logical conclusion. You could not simultaneously support Jewish national aspirations and Arab majority rule. British officials proposed partition in 1937, but neither community accepted it. Africa remained relatively quiet, though economic depression brought hardship. The policy of indirect rule through traditional chiefs continued. Colonial governors maintained tight control, brooking no dissent. The French and Belgians ruled their empires differently, but the underlying assumption was the same everywhere. Europe would govern Africa for generations to come. Independence seemed a distant abstraction if considered at all. Yet everywhere nationalism grew. The war had shaken faith in European superiority. The League of Nations, weak as it was, had at least established the principle that imperialism required justification. The Soviet Union offered an alternative model, anti-imperialist in rhetoric, if not always in practice. The United States, growing in power and confidence, viewed European empires with suspicion. Britain found itself defending an institution the world increasingly questioned. The empire in 1939 looked impressive on maps, vast swathes of red covering continents. But the reality was more fragile than the cartography suggested. Nationalist movements had taken root. Economic foundations had weakened. The moral certainties that had sustained Victorian imperialism no longer convinced. Another war approached. This one would finish what the first had begun. The Second World War, the empire's fire's finest hour, and its cost. September 1939. Britain stood alone against Nazi Germany. Not quite alone, actually. India's viceroy committed 350 million Indians to war without consulting a single elected Indian representative. The Dominions debated and chose. Canada, Australia, and New Zealand declared war within days. South Africa hesitated, its parliament divided but joined after internal crisis. Ireland remained neutral, a pointed reminder that the empire's hold had slipped. The empire mobilized on a scale never before seen. 5 million men from across the colonies served in uniform. India provided the largest volunteer army in history, 2.5 million soldiers. African colonies contributed 500,000 troops. The Caribbean sent tens of thousands. These were not conscripts forced at gunpoint, though neither was their choice entirely free. Economic need drove many. Others believed in the fight against fascism. Some hoped military service might earn political concessions. The early years brought disaster. France fell in 6 weeks. Britain evacuated its army from Dunkirk, leaving equipment behind. The Royal Navy fought to keep Atlantic supply lines open while German submarines hunted in wolf packs. The empire's vulnerability became apparent when Italy entered the war. Suddenly, British positions in the Mediterranean and East Africa came under threat. Mussolini's armies pushed into Egypt from Libya, into Kenya from Ethiopia. Imperial troops fought back. Indian soldiers drove the Italians from East Africa in a brilliantly executed campaign. Abyssinia, conquered by Italy in 1935, was liberated. Haile Selassie returned to his throne. In North Africa, the war swung back and forth across the desert. Tobruk changed hands multiple times. Indian divisions fought alongside British, Australian, and New Zealand troops. The Afrika Korps under Rommel proved formidable, but ultimately the weight of imperial resources ground them down. The Far East collapsed with shocking speed. Japanese forces swept through Southeast Asia like a tidal wave. Hong Kong fell on Christmas Day 1941. Malaya could not hold. Singapore, the great fortress that was supposed to guard the Eastern Empire, surrendered in February 1942. 80,000 imperial troops became prisoners. Churchill called it the worst disaster in British military history. The myth of white invincibility, already damaged, lay shattered. Asian troops defeated European colonial powers with ease. The lesson was not lost on subject peoples. Burma fell next. The Japanese pushed the British army back through jungle and mountain. The longest retreat in British military history ended at the Indian border. Refugees fled alongside the soldiers, hundreds of thousands walking out of Burma. Many died on the trek. India itself now faced invasion. Panic gripped the Raj. European civilians fled to the hills. Plans were made to destroy infrastructure if the Japanese broke through. India's contribution became vital: soldiers, raw materials, food, money. The Raj extracted everything needed to keep fighting. But Indians had their own demands. If this was a war for freedom, as Britain claimed, why not India's freedom? Congress launched the Quit India movement in August 1942. Gandhi and other leaders demanded immediate independence. The British arrested them immediately. Mass protests erupted. Police fired on crowds. Thousands died. Tens of thousands were imprisoned. The Raj suppressed dissent with the same ruthlessness it was fighting abroad. Bengal starved in 1943. Between 2 and 3 million died. The causes were complex: wartime disruption of trade, hoarding by merchants, failed monsoons. But government policy made things worse. Food was diverted to the military and war industries. Officials prioritized stability over famine relief. The colonial administration's indifference to Indian suffering became stark. Churchill, when informed of the famine, reportedly blamed Indians for breeding like rabbits. His racism was casual, unquestioned, shared by many in his class. Yet India kept fighting. At the Battle of Monte Cassino in Italy, Indian troops stormed German positions with incredible bravery. In Burma, the 14th Army, majority Indian, fought the Japanese to a standstill, then pushed them back. This was perhaps the most diverse army in history. British, Indian, African, and Gurkha soldiers fought side by side through some of the war's most brutal combat. They called themselves the Forgotten Army, fighting in a theater that garnered little attention back home. Africa, too, paid heavily. East African troops fought in Burma, in Madagascar, in the Middle East. Their labor kept the war machine running. Carriers hauled supplies through trackless bush. Miners extracted copper and tin. Farmers grew food for armies. The economic burden on African colonies was immense. Forced labor, though officially abolished, continued under different names. Production quotas had to be met. Dissent was not tolerated. The Middle East became crucial. The Suez Canal had to be held. Oil from Iraq and Persia fueled ships and planes. Syria and Lebanon were seized from Vichy France to prevent German access. Iran was occupied jointly with the Soviets when its Shah showed pro-German sympathies. British and Soviet forces marched in, deposed him, installed his son. The strategic needs of war overrode any pretense of respecting sovereignty. The war changed everything. American entry in late 1941 shifted the balance, but it also shifted power. Britain became the junior partner in the alliance. American money, American production, American soldiers tipped the scales. Roosevelt had no love for empire. The Atlantic Charter, signed with Churchill in 1941, promised self-determination for all peoples. Churchill insisted this meant only Europe. Roosevelt disagreed. The post-war world would not accommodate European empires as easily as before. The Pacific Campaign saw imperial forces pushed to the margins. Americans led the island-hopping advance. They liberated the Philippines, a former American colony. British forces focused on retaking Burma. By the time the atomic bombs fell, Britain had recaptured most of Burma, but little else in the Far East. When Japanese forces surrendered across Asia, the vacuum they left would not be easily filled. Victory came in May 1945 in Europe, August in Asia. Street parties erupted in London, relief and joy mixed with exhaustion. The empire had survived. But at what cost? The financial burden was staggering. Britain ended the war owing massive debts, mostly to America. The economy was shattered. Cities lay in rubble. Infrastructure needed rebuilding. The population was tired, ready for change. The 1945 election delivered a stunning verdict. Churchill, the war hero, was voted out. Labour won in a landslide. Clement Attlee became prime minister with a mandate for radical reform. The new government promised a welfare state, full employment, nationalization of key industries. They also faced decisions about the empire. India could not be held. That much was clear. But what about the rest? The human costs defied easy calculation. 400,000 from Britain and the Dominions died. India lost roughly 87,000 soldiers, but civilian deaths from famine and disease likely reached several million. African casualties were poorly recorded. The psychological toll was immeasurable. Soldiers returned with trauma, with questions about what they had fought for. The war's ideological dimension mattered. This had been framed as a struggle against tyranny, against racism, for freedom and democracy. Those principles could not be confined to Europe. Indians who fought fascism asked why they could not govern themselves. Africans who liberated Ethiopia wondered about their own liberation. The Caribbean troops who served asked when equality would extend to them. The empire's strategic weakness was now exposed. Singapore proved indefensible. The Mediterranean was vulnerable. Without American help, Britain could not project power globally. The Navy, once supreme, now shared the seas. The bases and coaling stations that had sustained Victorian imperialism seemed less vital in an age of air power. Nuclear weapons would soon make the whole calculus of defense obsolete. Economically, the model had failed. The imperial preference system of protected markets could not compete with American productivity. Colonial development had been neglected for decades. The infrastructure was inadequate. Education systems produced clerks, not engineers. The extraction of raw materials had never translated into genuine economic development for most colonies. The empire in 1945 looked exhausted. Its power was hollow, sustained by habit and fear rather than genuine strength. The colonized peoples had changed. They had seen British forces defeated and humiliated. They had fought in the war, had proved their worth as soldiers and workers. They would not accept being treated as subjects much longer. The clock was ticking. Britain had neither the will nor the means to hold on. The wind of change, the end of the Raj. The war ended on August 15, 1945. Exactly 2 years later to the day, India would be free. That coincidence of dates was no accident. The Labour government knew time was short. Hold India by force or let it go with some grace. Those were the only options left. Attlee's cabinet faced brutal realities. Britain was bankrupt. American loans came with strings attached. The wartime alliance had fractured into Cold War tensions. Resources needed for reconstruction at home could not be spared for holding down restive colonies. India cost more to govern than it returned in revenue. The economic rationale for empire had evaporated. More fundamentally, the moral case had collapsed. How could a nation that had just fought a war against racial tyranny justify ruling hundreds of millions without their consent? The contradiction was stark. Labor politicians, many of whom had supported Indian independence for years, now held power. The question was not if, but how to leave. India itself was tearing apart. The Muslim League's demand for a separate nation had grown stronger through the war years. Jinnah's two-nation theory argued that Hindus and Muslims were separate peoples who could not coexist in one state. Congress rejected this utterly. Nehru, Gandhi, and other leaders envisioned a secular India where religion would not determine citizenship. The two visions were incompatible. Violence erupted. In August 1946, Calcutta burned during Direct Action Day. The Muslim League called for demonstrations to show their strength. What began as protests descended into communal riots. 4,000 died in 3 days. The slaughter spread to Bihar, then to Bengal again. Trains arrived in stations filled with corpses. Entire neighborhoods were cleansed of minorities. The breakdown of civil order that had been feared for decades was happening. Attlee decided on February 20th, 1947. Britain would leave India no later than June 1948. The announcement aimed to force the pace to push Indian leaders toward agreement. If they could not settle their differences, Britain would simply hand power to whoever held it at the provincial level. The implicit threat was chaos and fragmentation. Lord Louis Mountbatten arrived in March as the final viceroy. Young, energetic, he had royal connections and wartime fame. He was also arrogant and rushed. He quickly concluded that partition was inevitable. Congress reluctantly agreed. They preferred a united India, but not at the cost of endless civil war. Patel, the hard-headed realist, pushed for acceptance. A truncated India was better than no India at all. The devil lurked in the details. Where to draw the line? Punjab had a Muslim majority, but also large Hindu and Sikh populations concentrated in the east. Bengal a Muslim majority, but Calcutta, the greatest city, was majority Hindu. Any partition would slice through mixed communities. Millions would find themselves on the wrong side of the border. Sir Cyril Radcliffe received the impossible task. A British lawyer who had never visited India was given 5 weeks to divide the subcontinent. He worked from maps and census data, mostly. He heard petitions from various parties. In the end, the lines he drew satisfied no one. The boundary award remained secret until after independence, a decision that guaranteed chaos. Mountbatten accelerated the timeline. Instead of June 1948, independence would come in August 1947. The stated reason was to avoid another hot season and monsoon of tension. The real reason was to get out quickly before things got worse. The rushed timeline meant less preparation, less chance for orderly transfer of power. It also meant less responsibility attached to Britain for what followed. The midnight of August 14th to 15th was chosen for the transfer. In Delhi, Nehru gave his famous speech about a tryst with destiny. The Union Jack came down. The new flags of India and Pakistan rose. There was joy, celebration, hope. Gandhi did not attend. He was in Calcutta trying to stop communal violence, calling for peace between Hindus and Muslims. The boundary award was announced on August 17th. People learned overnight whether their homes now lay in India or Pakistan. Panic ensued. Minorities on both sides began to flee. Sikhs in western Punjab headed east. Muslims in eastern Punjab headed west. The trickle became a flood. Within weeks, 10 million people were in motion. It was the largest mass migration in human history. Violence followed. As communities passed each other on the roads, attacks began. Trains crossed the border filled with dead passengers. Villages were burned. Women were abducted and raped, thousands of them. Armed gangs roamed the countryside. The police and army, themselves divided by partition, could not or would not stop the carnage. Estimates of the death toll range from several 100,000 to 2 million. The true number will never be known. Entire communities were destroyed. The social fabric that had held Punjab together for centuries was torn apart in weeks. Kashmir, a Muslim-majority state ruled by a Hindu Maharajas, became a flashpoint. Tribal raiders from Pakistan invaded. The Maharaj acceded to India in exchange for military help. Pakistan disputed this. The First Indo-Pakistani War began before independence was 2 months old. Bengal faced similar trauma, though less violent. Millions of Hindus left East Pakistan for West Bengal. Muslims fled in the other direction. Calcutta absorbed refugees it could barely house or feed. Camps sprawled on the outskirts. The city that had been the jewel of the Raj became a byword for poverty and despair. Britain's role in this catastrophe cannot be ignored. The rushed timeline prevented adequate preparation. The secrecy around the boundary award eliminated any chance for orderly population transfers. British officials washed their hands of responsibility, claiming they had tried to keep India united but were thwarted by communal politics. This was disingenuous. Divide and rule had been imperial policy for a century. The British had actively fostered separate Hindu and Muslim identities through separate electorates and communal representation. The Butcher's Bill came due. Britain had ruled India for profit and prestige. When both vanished, they left. The human cost of that departure was not their primary concern. Mountbatten returned to London a hero. He was praised for accomplishing the impossible. The suffering of millions was noted but deemed inevitable, the result of ancient hatreds. That narrative suited everyone who needed to avoid accountability. Gandhi was shot on January 30th, 1948. A Hindu extremist who believed Gandhi had betrayed Hindus by supporting partition pulled the trigger. The apostle of nonviolence died violently. India mourned. The man who had done more than any other to free India did not live to see the first year of independence conclude. The princely states presented one final problem. 600 of them existed, semi-sovereign territories that had signed treaties with the crown. Technically, they became independent when Britain left. Most acceded to either India or Pakistan. Patel orchestrated a masterful campaign of persuasion and pressure to integrate them. Hyderabad, the largest, resisted. Indian forces invaded and annexed it in 1948. Junagadh, a small state with a Muslim ruler and Hindu majority, tried to join Pakistan despite being surrounded by India. India occupied it. The integration was messy but effective. Pakistan faced its own crisis. It was born in two parts, separated by 1,000 miles of India. East and West Pakistan shared religion, but little else. Language, culture, economics all differed. The state that Jinnah created was dysfunctional from birth. He died in September 1948, only 13 months after independence. The country he founded would fracture in 1971 when East Pakistan became Bangladesh. The end of the Raj was not clean or noble. It was rushed and bloody. Britain claimed credit for granting independence but accepted no blame for partition's horrors. Indian and Pakistani historians would spend decades arguing over responsibility. The truth is, it was shared. British policy created conditions where peaceful separation was impossible. Indian leaders chose partition over compromise, but ordinary people paid the price. The jewel was gone. Britain's entire imperial system had been built on controlling India. Without it, the rest made little sense. The bases in the Middle East, the African colonies, the strategic positions from Singapore to Gibraltar had all existed to protect the route to India and extract its wealth. That logic no longer applied. If India could gain freedom, why not others? The speed shocked everyone. From the announcement in February to independence in August was barely 6 months. The empire's retreat, long predicted but always assumed to be gradual, had begun in a headlong rush. What took 2 centuries to build was being dismantled in years. The wind of change was rising. It would soon blow through Africa too. Retreat from empire, Africa and the Middle East. The Suez Crisis of 1956 marked the moment Britain's pretensions died. For decades, London had maintained the fiction that it remained a great power, co-equal with America and Soviet Russia. Suez exposed that claim as hollow. Britain could no longer impose its will even in a region it had dominated for generations. The crisis began with Egyptian nationalism. Gamal Abdel Nasser, who seized power in 1952, embodied a new kind of Arab leader, anti-colonial, pan-Arab, willing to play superpowers against each other. When Western powers withdrew funding for the Aswan Dam, Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal in July 1956. The waterway that Britain had controlled since 1882 suddenly belonged to Egypt. Eden, the prime minister, saw this as intolerable. The canal was vital to British interests, carrying oil from the Middle East. Beyond material concerns, Eden viewed Nasser as another Hitler who had to be stopped. This analogy, popular with his generation, blinded him to realities. Egypt was not Nazi Germany. This was decolonization, not fascist expansion. Britain and France hatched a plot with Israel. Israel would invade Egypt. Britain and France would then intervene, ostensibly to separate the combatants, but really to seize the canal. The conspiracy was transparent. No one was fooled. Israel attacked on October 29th. British and French forces followed days later with airstrikes and an amphibious landing. The operation succeeded militarily. Port Said was captured. The canal zone was being secured, but diplomatically it was a disaster. America was furious at not being consulted. Eisenhower faced re-election and wanted no part of colonial wars. The Soviets threatened intervention. The UN condemned the invasion. Sterling came under pressure. America made clear it would not support the pound unless Britain withdrew. Eden had no choice. The invasion stopped. British forces withdrew in December. Nasser emerged victorious, having faced down the old imperial powers. The humiliation for Britain was complete. Eden resigned in January, his health broken, his reputation ruined. The lesson was stark. Britain could act militarily, but only with American permission. The illusion of independent great power status was gone. Africa's decolonization accelerated after Suez. If Britain could not even hold Egypt, how could it maintain control elsewhere? The calculations changed. Colonies that might have been held for decades were now granted independence within years. The Gold Coast became Ghana in March 1957, the first sub-Saharan African colony to gain freedom. Kwame Nkrumah, who led the independence movement, was charismatic and Pan-Africanist. His success inspired other nationalist movements. If Ghana could be free, why not the rest? Nigeria followed in 1960. As the most populous colony, its independence carried weight. And Sierra Leone and Tanganyika became free in 1961. Uganda in 1962. Kenya in 1963. One by one, the African colonies gained their independence. The process that took decades in Asia was compressed into years in Africa. Kenya's path was bloodier than most. The Mau Mau Rebellion from 1952 to 1960 saw violent resistance to British rule. The movement emerged from Kikuyu grievances over land alienation. White settlers had taken the best agricultural land in the highlands, forcing Africans onto reserves. Oaths bound Mau Mau fighters together. Attacks on settlers and loyalist Africans brought brutal reprisals. Britain declared a state of emergency. Thousands were detained without trial. Interrogation camps employed torture as standard practice. Entire villages were forcibly relocated. The official death toll of Mau Mau fighters reached 11,000. The actual number, including civilians, was likely much higher. Recent scholarship has documented atrocities that the colonial government covered up for decades. Yet the rebellion failed militarily. Mau Mau was essentially defeated by 1956, but it succeeded politically. It made clear that Kenya could not be held as a white settler colony. The costs in lives and treasure were too high. Jomo Kenyatta, imprisoned for alleged ties to Mau Mau, became a negotiating partner after release. He led Kenya to independence and served as its first president. Central Africa presented unique challenges. Southern Rhodesia, Northern Rhodesia, and Nyasaland were federated in 1953 despite African opposition. The federation was meant to protect white minority rule while maintaining British oversight. It satisfied neither Africans who wanted independence nor white settlers who wanted full control. The federation collapsed within a decade. Nyasaland became Malawi in 1964. Northern Rhodesia became Zambia the same year. Southern Rhodesia refused to accept majority rule. When Britain insisted on it as a condition for independence, the white minority government unilaterally declared independence in 1965. Rhodesia would remain a pariah state for 15 years until majority rule finally came in 1980. The Middle East proved even more intractable. Britain's mandate in Palestine ended in disaster. The 1947 UN partition plan satisfied neither Jews nor Arabs. When British forces withdrew in May 1948, war erupted immediately. Israel declared independence and defeated the Arab armies that invaded. 700,000 Palestinians became refugees. Their demand for return would fuel conflict for generations. Jordan gained full independence in 1946, Iraq in 1932, though Britain maintained military bases and treaty rights. Egypt's revolution in 1952 ended the monarchy and British influence. Sudan became independent in 1956. Aden remained under British control until 1967 when a vicious insurgency forced withdrawal. British forces left under fire, abandoning local allies to their fate. Oil complicated everything. Britain needed Middle Eastern oil for its economy and military. American companies increasingly controlled production, but British firms retained major interests. Governments in the region learned to play companies and Western powers against each other. Iran nationalized its oil industry in 1951. A British and American-backed coup restored the Shah in 1953. The short-term victory would lead to long-term disaster when revolution came in 1979. The rush to decolonize had logic, but also chaos. Colonial governments had prepared colonized peoples poorly for self-rule. Education systems produced clerks, not leaders. Administrative experience was limited to lower levels. Economic systems were extractive, designed to benefit the metropole. Infrastructure served export needs, not internal development. Britain claimed credit for leaving behind democracy and rule of law. The reality was more complex. Westminster-style parliaments were imposed on societies without the social conditions that made them work in Britain. Multi-party democracy in ethnically divided colonies often became ethnic census. The majority group controlled power indefinitely. Minorities faced exclusion or worse. The borders drawn by colonialism became sacred boundaries of new states. They made no sense. They split ethnic groups and forced rival communities together. But African leaders decided not to redraw them. Opening that question could lead to endless conflict. The borders stayed, frozen accidents of colonial conquest that would cause problems for generations. Britain's withdrawal was not selfless. It was calculated. The costs of maintaining colonies exceeded the benefits. Nationalist movements could not be suppressed without violence that would damage Britain's international reputation. The Cold War offered new ways to maintain influence through aid and alliances rather than direct control. Independence was granted when holding on became counterproductive. The speed mattered. Constitutional negotiations were rushed. In some territories, the time from first elections to independence was only a few years. Civil services had to be rapidly Africanized. Armies needed officer corps, judiciaries needed trained judges. None of this could happen quickly. The result was often dysfunction and instability. Military coups became common. The first wave of independence leaders often gave way to generals. Ghana's Nkrumah was overthrown in 1966. Nigeria's first republic collapsed in 1966 into civil war. Uganda descended into tyranny under Idi Amin. The optimism of independence celebrations faded as new governments struggled with old problems, worsened by inadequate preparation. Britain retained influence through the Commonwealth, through economic ties, through language and law, but the relationship had fundamentally changed. These were now sovereign states, not subjects. They could choose other partners. Many did. Cold War rivalries offered opportunities. The Soviet Union and China provided alternatives to Western models. Non-alignment became a powerful movement among newly independent nations. The retreat from empire happened faster than anyone expected. In 1945, the empire still covered a quarter of the globe. By 1965, most of it was gone. Only fragments remained: Hong Kong, Gibraltar, the Falklands, some Caribbean islands. The age of formal empire had ended. What remained was not rule, but influence, not sovereignty, but soft power. The human cost of this rapid decolonization is hard to measure. States born in chaos often descended into civil war. Nigeria's Biafra conflict from 1967 to 1970 claimed over 1 million lives. Sudan has known more years of civil war than peace since independence. The legacy of colonial boundaries and inadequate preparation for self-rule continues to shape conflict today. Britain's empire had been dismantled. The process was neither noble nor entirely ignoble. It was pragmatic, rushed, shaped by Cold War realities and economic constraints. The empire had been built over centuries. It disappeared in 2 decades. The world Britain left behind was radically different from the one it had dominated for so long. The legacies of rule, law, language, and infrastructure. As the dust of empire began to settle, what remained was not just memory, but structure. Across continents, the British had left behind more than flags and governors. They had carved their presence into the systems people lived by: Legal codes, languages spoken, railways laid across plains and jungles. These were the lasting legacies of British rule, built not by chance, but by intent. Law came first. In colony after colony, British administrators replaced local traditions with common law. Courts were modeled on those in London. Judges wore wigs. Hearings were held in English. Precedents mattered more than customs. This shift wasn't always complete. In some regions, like parts of India or West Africa, traditional laws remained for personal matters like marriage or inheritance. But for trade, crime, and property, British systems dominated. The goal was uniformity, predictability for commerce and control. Records show how colonial officials prized legal regularity. It gave investors confidence. It gave officials order. This system shaped post-independence governance. Countries like India, Kenya, Nigeria, and Malaysia kept British legal frameworks long after the Union Jack came down. The Indian Penal Code, first drafted in the 1860s, still guides law in several former colonies. In many cases, new nations found these systems useful. They offered a working model, but they also imposed limits. Colonial law had been built to govern subjects, not empower citizens. It was rigid, top-down, and often punitive. Reforming it proved slow. Alongside law came language. English spread through the empire not as a gift, but as a tool. It was the language of the court, the ledger, and the classroom. Colonial schools taught it to local elites. Missionaries used it to preach. In India, Macaulay's 1835 Minute on Education declared that a class of English-speaking Indians should be created to serve as intermediaries, Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. This approach was echoed elsewhere. In West Africa, English was taught in mission schools. In the Caribbean, it became the link between island colonies and London. Across the empire, English became the key to upward mobility. Jobs in the civil service, trade, or law required it. So people learned. By the end of empire, English was spoken far beyond the British Isles. Today, it remains one of the most enduring legacies. In Nigeria, it serves as a national language among hundreds of ethnic groups. In India, it links regions divided by dozens of languages. In former colonies from the Caribbean to the Pacific, English still frames public life. It connects people across borders, but also reflects a history of cultural replacement. Infrastructure offers another kind of legacy. Visible, tangible, still in use. Railways crisscross India, built first to move troops and goods. Engineers laid tracks with imperial priorities in mind. Connect ports to plantations, mines to markets, garrisons to the frontier. According to records from the East India Railway, much of the early network focused on moving raw materials out, not connecting people. But once laid, the tracks stayed. By independence, India had one of the largest rail networks in the world. So did countries like South Africa and Egypt. These systems formed the backbone of national transport. Roads, bridges, and ports followed the same pattern. Built for empire, inherited by nation-states. In some cases, the logic behind them lingered. Cities grew where the British had placed rail hubs. Trade routes followed old imperial paths. Telegraphs, too, marked the empire's reach. By the late 1800s, Britain had connected its holdings through undersea cables and signal towers. News could move from Calcutta to London in minutes. This shaped both strategy and identity. The empire thought of itself as one unit, bound by wire and wave. Education was part of the infrastructure as well. The British established schools and universities in their colonies, not always generously, but strategically. In places like India and Ceylon, elite institutions trained a small class to serve in administration. These schools emphasized British history, literature, and norms. Students learned the works of Shakespeare and the rules of empire. The long-term impact of these schools is complex. On one hand, they created generations of leaders who pushed for independence using the very tools they had been taught: legal argument, parliamentary debate, protest. On the other, they often reinforced class divides, limiting access to the few and leaving many behind. Postal systems, too, mirrored the imperial mind. Uniform rates, standardized stamps, and regular service allowed the flow of information across the globe. In many former colonies, the basic structure of the postal system today still reflects British models. Even the red mailbox became a familiar sight. Architecture left its marks as well. Courthouses, train stations, and government buildings followed Victorian designs. Clock towers rose in tropical cities. Gothic arches appeared in deserts and jungles. These were symbols of order, of modernity, and of Britain itself. In cities like Nairobi, Mumbai, or Yangon, such buildings still stand, a mix of nostalgia, pride, and painful memory. But every legacy came with its shadow. The legal systems favored those who understood English law. The railways served exporters, not villagers. The schools uplifted some, ignored most. The postal routes ran from capital to coast, less so to hinterland. Even the language that united often excluded. Yet despite their origins, these systems adapted. Local governments reformed laws, expanded education, and opened access to infrastructure. The post-colonial world shaped the tools it inherited, and many of those tools, however colonial their birth, became part of national identity. The British Empire did not just conquer land. It rewrote the rules. It installed languages, networks, and standards. Some were welcomed, some resisted. All were lasting. Today, travelers can board a train in Delhi, argue a case in Nairobi's courts, or mail a letter in Kingston using systems once designed in London. These are not relics, they are living legacies, still evolving, still shaping daily life. The empire is gone, but in law books, classroom blackboards, rusted rail yards, and everyday speech, it still speaks. The darker legacies, division, extraction, and famine. The empire divided to rule. This was not accidental or incidental. It was policy, deliberate, and systematic. British administrators identified differences within colonized populations and amplified them. Ethnic, religious, and regional divisions became tools of control. Play groups against each other, and neither would unite against you. India provides the clearest example. The separate electorates introduced in 1909 divided voters by religion. Hindus elected Hindu representatives, Muslims elected Muslim representatives. The policy ossified religious identities that had been more fluid. It made religion the primary political category. Every election became a census of community strength. The British justified this as protecting minority rights. The reality was more cynical. Divide Hindus and Muslims, and neither could mount united opposition. The policy worked brilliantly for imperial control. It also planted seeds of partition. Once politics operated through religious categories, separatist demands gained logic and force. Sikhs, too, were cultivated as a distinct political community. The British saw them as a martial race, loyal and fierce. After 1857, Sikh recruitment to the army increased, while high-caste Hindus faced suspicion. This preferential treatment created resentments. It also gave Sikhs a stake in the empire. When independence came, Sikhs found themselves divided by the Punjab partition line. Africa saw similar tactics. Colonial authorities classified people into tribes and assigned them fixed territories and identities. The Hutu and Tutsi categories in Rwanda were hardened by Belgian rule. What had been fluid social statuses became rigid ethnic identities. Identity cards marked each person's category. The genocide of 1994 had roots in these colonial classifications. In Kenya, the Kikuyu were seen as rebellious, while the Maasai were considered noble warriors. Different groups received different treatment. Some were favored in administration, others marginalized. Christian missionaries were allowed among some groups but not others. These policies created hierarchies and resentments that outlasted colonial rule. Sudan was split between Arab Muslim North and African Christian animist South. The British governed them separately, with different policies and almost no integration. When independence came, the country had no national cohesion. Civil war erupted within years and continued for decades. South Sudan finally split off in 2011. The border drawn through the country reflected colonial administrative convenience, not cultural or economic logic. The economic extraction was systematic and comprehensive. Colonies existed to enrich the metropole. This was the entire purpose. Resources flowed one direction, outward. Wealth accumulated in London while poverty deepened in colonized lands. India's economy was deliberately deindustrialized. In 1700, India produced about a quarter of world manufacturing output. By 1900, that figure had fallen to around 2%. Indian textiles, once prized globally, could not compete with machine-made British cloth. Tariffs protected British industry while forcing Indian markets open. India became a supplier of raw cotton and a buyer of finished goods. The rupee was pegged to sterling at rates favorable to British exporters. Indian revenues funded British military adventures across Asia. The Indian Army was used to conquer Burma, fight in China, suppress uprisings elsewhere. India paid for its own subjugation and for Britain's other colonial wars. The economic drain has been estimated at trillions in today's currency over 2 centuries. Africa's extraction was even more brutal. The Congo under Leopold of Belgium saw perhaps 10 million deaths in the rubber extraction frenzy. British colonies were not quite as homicidal, but the principle was the same. Minerals, rubber, timber, agricultural products all flowed to Europe. Infrastructure built to facilitate this extraction served no other purpose. Gold and diamonds from South Africa built fortunes for mining magnates. The workers in the mines were subjected to harsh conditions, low wages, and racial discrimination. Past laws controlled their movement. Compound systems kept them isolated. The wealth extracted from beneath African soil enriched European capitals while African workers lived in poverty. Palm oil, cocoa, coffee, tea, these crops grown in colonies fed European appetites and industries. Land was seized for plantations. Peasants were forced to grow cash crops instead of food. Traditional agricultural systems were disrupted. When crop prices fell, colonial subjects still had to pay taxes and meet quotas. Hunger often resulted. Taxation drove much of the extractive system. Colonial governments imposed taxes payable in cash. This forced subsistence farmers into the market economy. They had to grow cash crops or work for wages to pay taxes. If they could not pay, their land or possessions were seized. The tax system transformed societies and economies to serve imperial needs. Famine provides the darkest legacy. The Bengal famine of 1943 claimed up to 3 million lives. This was not a natural disaster. Food supplies were adequate, but wartime policies prioritized the military and urban areas. A boat denial policy removed vessels from coastal regions to prevent Japanese use, disrupting the rice trade. Food exports continued even as people starved. The government's delayed and inadequate response showed callous indifference to Indian suffering. The Irish famine of 1845 to 1852 demonstrated similar patterns. Potato blight destroyed the crop that fed most Irish people. But Ireland continued exporting grain, meat, and dairy products throughout the famine. These exports went to pay rent to landlords and taxes to the government. British relief efforts were hampered by ideology. Free market principles demanded minimal intervention. Irish lives were sacrificed to economic theory. Over 1 million Irish died. Another million emigrated. The population fell by a quarter. The Irish remembered this as genocide, though historians debate whether that term fits. Intent matters in such definitions. What is clear is that policy choices made in London exacerbated the disaster. Different choices could have saved many lives. Those choices were not made. India saw multiple famines under British rule. The Great Famine of 1876 to 1878 claimed perhaps 5 million lives. Similar patterns appeared. Food was available but not accessible to the poor. Export of grain continued. The government provided minimal relief, guided by laissez-faire ideology. Critics at the time pointed out that famines had become more frequent and severe under British rule than under previous Indian governments. The environmental damage was lasting. Forests were cleared for agriculture and timber. This disrupted water cycles and caused soil erosion. Species were hunted to extinction or near extinction. The ecological knowledge of indigenous peoples was dismissed. Colonial agriculture focused on short-term extraction rather than long-term sustainability. Kenya's White Highlands saw fertile land reserved exclusively for European settlers. Africans were pushed onto reserves. Overcrowding and overuse degraded these lands. Soil erosion became severe. The best agricultural land was monopolized by a tiny minority while the majority struggled on marginal lands. The plantation system, wherever it appeared, damaged ecosystems and societies. Monoculture replaced diverse agriculture. This made regions vulnerable to pests and price fluctuations. The focus on export crops undermined food security. When markets shifted or crops failed, entire populations faced destitution. Cultural destruction accompanied economic extraction. Missionaries worked closely with colonial authorities. They sought to eradicate indigenous religions and replace them with Christianity. Traditional practices were banned as heathen or savage. Cultural artifacts were looted from museums. Languages were suppressed in favor of English. The psychological damage is harder to measure, but no less real. Colonial ideology taught that Europeans were superior, that colonized peoples were backward and childlike. This message was reinforced daily through law, education, and social interaction. Internalized racism resulted. Even after independence, these attitudes persisted, corroding self-confidence and reinforcing dependency. Medical experiments were sometimes conducted on colonized populations without consent. Forced labor continued in various forms despite official abolition. Corporal punishment was routine. The empire operated on the assumption that colonized peoples had fewer rights and less inherent worth than Europeans. This dehumanization enabled exploitation and violence. The legal systems, praised as a legacy in other contexts, also served control. Laws criminalized traditional practices. Vagrancy laws targeted the poor. Past laws controlled movement. The law was a tool of oppression as much as justice. Courts served the state more than the people. Property rights imposed by colonial law often dispossessed indigenous peoples. Customary land tenure was not recognized. Communal ownership gave way to individual titles. Those with education and connections could register land as theirs. Traditional users found themselves landless. This process continued after independence in many places, rooted in legal frameworks established under colonial rule. The borders drawn by colonialism contained time bombs. Straight lines on maps split ethnic groups. The Somalis were divided among 5 territories. Pashtuns found themselves in Pakistan and Afghanistan. The Ewe people were split between Ghana and Togo. These divisions created irredentist claims and border conflicts that continue today. Artificial states contained rival groups with no history of common governance. Nigeria forced Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo together. Sudan combined Arab and African populations. Iraq included Sunni, Shia, and Kurdish populations. These states faced constant centrifugal pressures. Maintaining unity required force or careful balancing. Many failed at both. The economic structures created by colonialism persisted after independence. Economies remained dependent on exporting raw materials. They lacked industrial capacity. Trade patterns still oriented toward former metropoles. Attempts to break these patterns through import substitution often failed. The economic dependency established during colonial rule proved remarkably durable. Debt became a new form of control. Development loans came with conditions that favored Western interests. Structural adjustment programs in the 1980s forced free market policies on developing nations. These policies often dismantled the few protections and social programs that existed. The formal empire ended, but economic domination continued through international financial institutions. The psychological and cultural legacies may be the deepest. Generations grew up under systems that told them they were inferior. Even after independence, Western standards remained the measure of success. Western education, Western dress, Western languages all retained prestige. The cultural colonization outlasted political control. This created confusion and alienation. People in former colonies often felt torn between identities. Traditional culture was devalued, but Western culture never fully fit. The search for authentic post-colonial identity occupied intellectuals and artists for decades. Some sought to recover pre-colonial traditions. Others tried to forge new syntheses. None of it was easy. The empire's defenders point to railways and legal systems. The critics point to famines and extraction. Both are true. The empire built and destroyed, developed and underdeveloped, united and divided. The legacies are mixed, contradictory, and ongoing. Understanding them requires holding complexity without seeking false simplicity. The empire shaped the modern world in ways both visible and hidden, beneficial and catastrophic. The People's Empire, Migration, and the Making of Modern Britain. The Empire Windrush docked at Tilbury on June 22, 1948. Nearly 500 passengers from the Caribbean stepped onto English soil. They came seeking work and opportunity. They came as British subjects, answering the mother country's call for labor. They did not expect to be pioneers, but they were. Post-war Britain faced labor shortages. Industries needed workers. The National Health Service, created in 1948, desperately needed staff. The transport system required drivers and conductors. Hotels and hospitals sought cleaners. Britain looked to its colonies and former colonies to fill these gaps. The 1948 British Nationality Act made all subjects of the Empire and Commonwealth citizens of the United Kingdom. People from India, Pakistan, the Caribbean, and Africa had the right to live and work in Britain. This seemed natural at the time. The empire had called on these populations during wartime. Now they were welcomed, or so the policy suggested, in peacetime. The reality on the ground was harsher. Landlords refused to rent to black tenants. Signs reading "No Irish, no blacks, no dogs" appeared in windows. Employment discrimination was common. The welcome extended by law was often denied in practice. Caribbean migrants found themselves doing jobs below their qualifications. Doctors drove buses. Teachers worked as cleaners. The Caribbean migrants of the Windrush generation were largely from Jamaica, Trinidad, and Barbados. They spoke English, followed British customs, had been taught to revere the mother country. Many had fought in British forces during the war. They expected acceptance. Instead, they faced prejudice and hostility. The disconnect between imperial rhetoric and racial reality came as a shock. Indian and Pakistani migration increased through the 50s. The 1947 partition had created upheaval. Economic opportunities were limited in the newly independent nations. Britain offered possibilities. Many came from rural Punjab, both Indian and Pakistani sides. They took factory jobs in northern industrial cities. Bradford, Birmingham, Manchester saw significant South Asian communities develop. These migrants often came intending to earn money and return home. Few did. Economic necessity kept them in Britain. Families followed. Wives and children joined working men. Communities established themselves. Mosques and temples appeared. Shops selling South Asian goods opened. A permanent presence was being created. African migration was smaller initially, but grew over time. Students came first, many to study medicine or law. Some stayed after completing degrees. Political refugees arrived, fleeing conflicts and coups in newly independent nations. Nigerians, Ghanaians, Kenyans, Ugandans all contributed to Britain's increasing diversity. The Hong Kong Chinese community grew significantly. Many worked in catering, opening restaurants across Britain. The cuisine they served was adapted to British tastes, but introduced new flavors and foods. Chinese takeaways became a fixture of British high streets. This was a quieter migration, less politically charged, but equally transformative. The contributions of these migrants were immense. The NHS could not have functioned without Caribbean nurses and South Asian doctors. London's transport system depended on workers from across the Commonwealth. Factories in the Midlands relied on Pakistani and Indian labor. Post-war Britain was rebuilt partly through migrant work, yet recognition was grudging. These communities faced constant discrimination. Housing was segregated by practice, if not by law. Schools struggled to accommodate children who spoke different languages. Police relations were often tense. The 1958 Notting Hill race riots showed how violent racism could become. White mobs attacked black residents. The targets were blamed as much as the perpetrators. Immigration law began to tighten in the 60s. The 1962 Commonwealth Immigrants Act introduced controls for the first time. The unlimited right to enter was curtailed. Employment vouchers were required. The numbers from the Caribbean dropped sharply. The act marked a shift. The door that had been open was closing. Enoch Powell's infamous Rivers of Blood speech in 1968 inflamed tensions. He predicted disaster from continued immigration, using inflammatory language about the native population becoming strangers in their own country. He was fired from the shadow cabinet, but remained popular among many white Britons. The speech legitimized racist sentiments and made immigration a charged political issue. The 1971 Immigration Act ended the right of Commonwealth citizens to settle. Only those with a parent or grandparent born in Britain retained that right. This primarily affected non-white Commonwealth members. White Australians and Canadians often qualified. Black Caribbeans and South Asians generally did not. The racial dimension was obvious even if never explicitly stated. Despite restrictions, migration continued through family reunification and asylum. Ugandan Asians arrived in 1972, expelled by Idi Amin. About 30,000 came to Britain. Many were shopkeepers and business people. They faced initial resistance, but eventually established successful enterprises. Their economic contributions were undeniable. The second generation, born in Britain, faced different challenges. They were British by birth, but often not accepted as such. Questions about where they were really from followed them constantly. Identity became complicated. Were they British, Caribbean, Asian? Could they be both? The answers varied by individual and community. Race relations improved slowly, unevenly. The 1976 Race Relations Act made discrimination illegal in employment and housing. Enforcement was difficult, but the principle mattered. Awareness grew that Britain was now multiracial. Some celebrated this diversity, others resented it. Urban riots in the 80s revealed ongoing tensions. Brixton, Toxteth, Handsworth all saw violent confrontations between police and minority youth. Unemployment was high. Police tactics were aggressive. Stop and search powers were used disproportionately against black youth. The riots forced attention to systemic inequalities. Multiculturalism became official policy in some areas. Local councils supported cultural festivals and community organizations. Schools taught about diverse histories and traditions. Critics argued this emphasized difference over commonality. Supporters saw it as recognition and respect. The debate continues. Food became one arena where cultural exchange succeeded. Curry houses proliferated. Chicken tikka masala was supposedly invented in Britain and became a national favorite. Caribbean jerk chicken, West African jollof rice, Chinese stir-fry all entered British diets. Culinary diversity was embraced more readily than human diversity. Music offered another space for mixing. Reggae influenced British pop. Bhangra fused Punjabi folk with Western beats. Black British musicians contributed to punk, soul, and electronic music. Cultural hybridity produced creativity. The next generation took sounds from their parents' homelands and remixed them for British audiences. Cricket became symbolically important. When the West Indies cricket team dominated in the 70s and 80s, Caribbean Britons celebrated. When British-born players of Asian heritage represented England, it marked progress and acceptance. Sport provided visible examples of integrated British identity. Politics saw slow but real change. The first non-white MPs were elected in the 80s. Diane Abbott, Paul Boateng, Bernie Grant entered Parliament. Their presence challenged assumptions about what British leadership looked like. Progress was slow. Even today, minorities are underrepresented in Parliament and other institutions. The 21st century brought new migration patterns. Eastern European EU citizens arrived after 2004. Polish became the second most spoken language in Britain after English. This created its own tensions and contributed to Brexit. But it also showed that immigration anxiety was not solely about race. Economic competition and cultural change generated resistance regardless of migrants' origins. The Windrush scandal of 2018 revealed how precarious status remained for some. People who had arrived as children in the 40s and 50s found themselves classified as illegal immigrants. They had never formalized their status because they believed they were British. The Home Office demanded documentation they had never needed and often could not provide. People lost jobs, housing, even health care. Some were deported to countries they barely remembered. The scandal exposed cruelty and incompetence in immigration enforcement. It also showed how the Windrush generation had been taken for granted. Their contributions were accepted, but their status was questioned. The government eventually apologized and created a compensation scheme. But trust was broken. Britain today is unrecognizably different from 1948. London is one of the world's most diverse cities. Interracial relationships and mixed-race families are common. Hip-hop, grime, and drill music produced by Black British artists dominate youth culture. South Asian Britons are prominent in business, medicine, and entertainment. The Mayor of London, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and many other high officials come from minority backgrounds. Yet inequalities persist. Black and Asian Britons face higher unemployment and lower wages on average. They are underrepresented in boardrooms and overrepresented in prisons. Discrimination in hiring and promotion continues despite laws against it. The playing field is not level. The empire's dissolution brought its people to Britain's shores. This was predictable, even inevitable. The connections forged during centuries of rule did not disappear with independence. Language, law, education, family ties all linked former colonies to Britain. Migration followed these links. This transformed Britain from a relatively homogeneous society into a multi-ethnic one. The change was neither smooth nor complete. Racism persisted even as diversity increased. Communities remained partly segregated even as interactions increased. The process of becoming a truly inclusive society continues. The irony is sharp. Britain ruled a quarter of humanity, but resisted those people becoming British. The empire was built on ideas of racial hierarchy. When subjects became citizens and arrived in Britain, that hierarchy was challenged. The cognitive dissonance created by brown and black Britons disrupted imperial myths. Post-war migration forced Britain to confront questions it had avoided. What did it mean to be British? Was it about race or citizenship? Could someone be culturally different and still fully British? These questions have no single answer. They are negotiated daily in schools, workplaces, and neighborhoods across the country. The Windrush generation and those who followed made Britain what it is today. They worked in hospitals and factories. They paid taxes and raised families. They created art and music. They enriched British culture even as they were often made to feel unwelcome. Their story is British history. The empire came home. Modern Britain is its legacy. A lingering shadow, the Commonwealth and cultural influence. The Commonwealth emerged from empire's ashes. 56 nations now belong, most of them former British colonies. Together, they represent over 2 billion people, a third of humanity. Yet the organization's purpose and relevance remain unclear. Is it meaningful solidarity or nostalgic pretense? The transition began before empire's end. The 1926 Balfour Declaration defined dominions as autonomous and equal. The 1931 Statute of Westminster enshrined this legally. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and later others gained full sovereignty while maintaining ties to the Crown. This became the Commonwealth model. India's independence posed a challenge. The new republic wanted no allegiance to the British monarch, yet India also wished to maintain Commonwealth membership. The 1949 London Declaration resolved this. Members could be republics while accepting the monarch as head of the Commonwealth, a symbolic rather than constitutional role. This flexibility allowed Commonwealth expansion. Former colonies joined upon independence. By 1970, over 30 nations belonged. Most retained the Queen as head of state initially. Many later became republics but stayed in the Commonwealth. A few, like Burma and Aden, chose not to join. Ireland left in 1949. Pakistan left in 1972 and later returned. Zimbabwe was suspended, then withdrew. Fiji's membership has been suspended multiple times. What does Commonwealth membership mean? Legally, very little. It creates no binding obligations. Economically, preferential trade arrangements ended as members joined other trading blocs. The organization has no military alliance. It imposes few requirements beyond vague commitments to democracy and human rights. The benefits are largely intangible. Regular meetings allow leaders to network. The Commonwealth Secretariat provides technical assistance to smaller nations. Educational exchanges and sports connections persist, but concrete achievements are hard to identify. Critics call it a talking shop with no teeth. The Commonwealth Games occur every 4 years, a sporting event bringing together member nations. Athletes compete in various sports, many associated with the British Empire. The Games foster a sense of shared identity. They also provide smaller nations a chance to compete internationally, but their significance is limited to sport. English as a common language provides real advantage. Diplomats, business people, and students from Commonwealth nations can communicate easily. This facilitates trade, education, and cultural exchange. The language link may be the most valuable Commonwealth inheritance, though it exists independently of the organization itself. Legal systems share common law traditions. Lawyers trained in one Commonwealth country can often practice in others with minimal requalification. Judicial decisions are cited across jurisdictions. The Privy Council in London still serves as the final court of appeal for some Caribbean and Pacific nations. These connections have practical value for legal professionals. Education links remain strong. British universities attract students from across the Commonwealth. Scholarships like the Rhodes and Commonwealth programs facilitate this. Degrees from British institutions carry prestige. Many Commonwealth elites received British education, creating networks and cultural affinity. Cricket stands as perhaps the most visible Commonwealth legacy. The sport spread throughout the empire. Test matches between Commonwealth nations generate intense interest. The rivalry between England, India, Pakistan, Australia, and the West Indies carries historical weight. Former colonies regularly defeat the former metropole, providing symbolic victories. The BBC World Service broadcasts in multiple languages to Commonwealth and other nations. It built a reputation for relatively neutral, quality journalism. During Cold War and after, it provided information to regions with restricted media. The soft power value for Britain was significant. Cuts to funding have reduced its reach in recent years. The Commonwealth is often described as a force for good. Member nations supposedly share values of democracy, human rights, and rule of law. The reality is more complex. Many members have authoritarian governments. Human rights abuses occur. The organization rarely takes strong action against violators. Rwanda joined in 2009 despite no colonial connection to Britain. Mozambique joined in 1995, having been a Portuguese colony. This shows the Commonwealth's evolution beyond purely historical ties. Nations see some benefit in membership. What that benefit is remains somewhat mysterious. For Britain, the Commonwealth provides lingering influence. It allows British leaders to claim a global role beyond Europe. The monarch serves as head of the Commonwealth, maintaining a ceremonial connection. British aid and development programs focus partly on Commonwealth nations. It is a way to matter in a world where Britain's power has diminished. The cultural influence of the British Empire extends far beyond the Commonwealth. English is the global language of business, science, and diplomacy. This owes partly to American power after 1945, but the foundation was laid by British imperialism. English spread across continents through conquest and settlement. American cultural dominance often overshadows British influence now. Hollywood matters more than British film. American music dominates global charts. Yet, British culture retains significant soft power. The Premier League is the world's most watched football league. British television shows export globally. The royal family generates worldwide interest. British fashion, from Burberry to Vivienne Westwood, maintains global prestige. London Fashion Week is a major industry event. British brands trade on heritage and style. The country's historical position created perceptions of quality and sophistication that outlast its political power. Higher education remains a British strength. Oxford and Cambridge rank among the world's top universities. Imperial College, LSE, UCL attract international students. British degrees retain prestige. The language of instruction being English gives Britain an advantage over non-English speaking competitors. Parliamentary democracy as practiced at Westminster influenced constitutional design worldwide. Many former colonies initially adopted this model. Most have since modified or abandoned it, but the influence was real. The idea of loyal opposition, cabinet government, and ministerial responsibility spread globally through British example. The concept of the rule of law, whatever its practice, became a global standard partly through British influence. The notion that government should operate under law, that courts should be independent, that individuals have rights against the state. These ideas were not uniquely British, but British power helped spread them. The gap between ideal and reality was often vast, but the ideals themselves became reference points. British museums hold artifacts from across the former empire. The British Museum, the V&A, and others display treasures acquired during colonial rule. The Elgin marbles from Greece, the Benin bronzes from Nigeria, the Rosetta Stone from Egypt. These collections attract millions of visitors annually. They also generate controversy about ownership and repatriation. The English language itself is perhaps the deepest cultural legacy. It has become a global lingua franca. Over 1.5 billion people speak it to some degree. Scientific papers are written in English. International business is conducted in English. Pilots and air traffic controllers use English. This dominance brings practical advantages to native speakers and those from former British territories. But language dominance also means cultural dominance. English carries assumptions, values, and frameworks embedded in its structure and vocabulary. Cultures that adopt English may subtly absorb Anglo perspectives. This linguistic imperialism continues even after political empires end. Efforts to preserve other languages fight against the practical advantages of English fluency. Literature in English from former colonies has enriched the language. Writers like Chinua Achebe, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Salman Rushdie, and countless others wrote back to the empire. They used English to tell stories the empire had ignored or suppressed. They challenged narratives, exposed hypocrisies, and created new forms. Post-colonial literature became a major literary movement. The global spread of football, though not uniquely British, was accelerated by empire. British merchants, sailors, and administrators brought the game to ports and colonies. It took root in ways cricket never did in many places. Today, football is the global game played and watched by billions. British leagues attract global audiences. This is soft power, though its conversion to political influence is unclear. Time zones in the prime meridian reflect British imperial power. The Greenwich Meridian became the global standard in 1884 when Britain dominated global trade and navigation. Time itself is measured from London. This geographical fact embeds British centrality into how the world organizes itself. It is a small thing, but a telling one. The Westminster system of measurement was standard across the empire: miles, pounds, inches. Most former colonies have switched to metric, but some remnants remain. This is a trivial legacy, but it shows how deeply empire penetrated daily life. Even units of measurement carried imperial imprint. British legal concepts like contract law, property rights, and commercial law spread through empire. These facilitated trade and economic development. They also reflected particular views about ownership and obligation. Indigenous legal traditions were often superseded. The imposition of British legal concepts reshaped economic and social relations in lasting ways. The Commonwealth remains Britain's primary claim to global relevance beyond its borders. Brexit weakened Britain's European influence. The special relationship with America has become less special as Britain's power declined. The Commonwealth offers an alternative story. Britain as leader of a voluntary association of nations, head of a global community. The reality is less grand. Most Commonwealth nations pursue their own interests with little reference to Britain. They maintain membership because it costs nothing and occasionally provides benefits, but binding solidarity is absent. When interests clash, Commonwealth ties carry little weight. India and Pakistan both belong. That has not resolved their disputes. Some in Britain harbor nostalgia for empire disguised as Commonwealth enthusiasm. They imagine Britain could lead this network as it once ruled an empire. This ignores that the Commonwealth exists precisely because empire ended. It is not empire light, it is post-empire, and Britain is one member among many, no matter what protocol suggests. The cultural influence Britain retains often works against political interests. Global English benefits everyone, not just Britain. Commonwealth ties create affinity, but not alignment. Soft power is real, but its effects are diffuse and hard to leverage. Britain cannot translate cultural prestige into policy outcomes the way it might have decades ago. Yet influence persists in ways large and small. British charities work across former colonies. British consultants advise foreign governments. British legal experts are hired internationally. British standards and practices remain reference points. The empire created networks that outlasted formal control. These networks adapted but did not disappear. The monarchy provides continuity. 15 Commonwealth nations retain the Queen as head of state. This personal union creates symbolic ties. Royal visits generate interest. The coronation of a new monarch involves Commonwealth representatives. For some, this is meaningful tradition. For others, it is an anachronism. Debates about becoming republics simmer in several realms. Australia held a referendum on becoming a republic in 1999. It failed, though not because of overwhelming monarchist sentiment. The proposed Republican model was flawed. Polls suggest that when the current queen dies, support for republicanism may grow. Jamaica, Barbados, and other Caribbean nations are also reconsidering their constitutional arrangements. Barbados became a republic in 2021. The soft power Britain retains comes partly from historical position. London was the imperial capital. It remains a global financial center. English is the global language partly because of empire. These advantages compound. Success creates more success, but they also generate resentment. Former colonies remember exploitation even as they use British institutions. The Commonwealth represents an attempt to maintain connection without domination. It acknowledges independence while preserving relationship. Whether this succeeds depends on perspective. For Britain, it extends influence beyond what hard power alone could achieve. For other members, it provides a platform and practical benefits without subordination. The cultural legacies of empire are everywhere, yet invisible to many. They are so embedded in global systems that they seem natural rather than historical. English dominance, common law systems, Westminster models, even sports and measurement units all carry imperial history. Recognizing this does not determine what should change, but it clarifies how deeply the past shapes the present. Britain's lingering shadow is real, but diminishing. Each generation further from imperial rule has weaker ties. Younger people in former colonies have no memory of British rule. Britain is a foreign country, not a former master. The emotional weight of colonial relationship fades. What remains are practical inheritances, beneficial and harmful, that outlast the feelings that created them. The Commonwealth may matter most as symbol. It shows that relationships can evolve beyond domination. Former rulers and ruled can cooperate voluntarily. This is not inevitable or easy. It requires acknowledging past harms while building present partnerships. The Commonwealth succeeds partially at this. Whether that partial success is worth celebrating or dismissing depends on what you hoped for. Reckoning with the past, reparations, museums, and monuments. The statue came down on June 7th, 2020. Edward Colston, merchant and slave trader, had stood in bronze above Bristol for over a century. Black Lives Matter protesters toppled him and threw him in the harbor. Video of the event went viral. It crystallized debates about how Britain remembers empire. Those who mourned the statue's fall argued for preserving history. Removing monuments erases the past, they claimed. We should confront uncomfortable history rather than hiding it. Colston was a man of his time. Judge him by the standards of his era. His philanthropy built schools and hospitals, acknowledged the bad without destroying the good. Those who celebrated saw justice delayed but delivered. Why should someone who profited from enslaving people be honored with a statue? History is not erased by removing monuments. It is told differently. The statue glorified Colston. Taking it down means refusing to glorify slavery's beneficiaries. Put him in a museum with context, not on a pedestal in a square. The argument repeated across Britain and former colonies. Statues of Cecil Rhodes, Robert Clive, and other imperial figures faced protests. Some were removed. Others remained. Oxford's Rhodes statue survived after fierce debate. Cambridge moved a slave trader's memorial from a prominent church to a less visible location. The battles were intensely symbolic. Museums became another contested site. The British Museum holds treasures from across the former empire. Many were acquired through conquest, coercion, or dubious purchase from colonizers with no rightful claim. Calls for repatriation have grown louder. Greece wants the Elgin marbles returned. Nigeria demands the Benin bronzes. Egypt seeks antiquities taken by archaeologists and thieves alike. Museums resist these demands. They argue they preserve artifacts better than origin countries could. They claim universal ownership. These objects are human heritage, not national property. Removing them from major museums reduces access. Scholars and public benefit from seeing them in London. Repatriation would impoverish global culture. Critics see this as neo-colonial arrogance. Who decided British museums should hold the world's treasures? The same argument justified empire itself. Britain claimed to govern others for their own good. Now it claims to protect others' heritage for the same reason. The paternalism is identical. Let nations control their own cultural heritage. Some museums have begun returning objects. Germany returned Benin bronzes to Nigeria in 2022. French museums have repatriated items to Benin and Senegal. These create precedents, but Britain's major museums have been more resistant. The British Museum Act of 1963 prohibits deaccession in most circumstances. Legal reform would be required for wholesale repatriation. The financial value complicates matters. Returned objects generate tourism revenue for museums and cities that hold them. Repatriation shifts these economic benefits. Former colonies gain, former empires lose. This makes museums reluctant beyond any principled arguments about preservation or access. Economic interests masquerade as cultural concerns. Some objects have religious or sacred significance. The Maori meeting house in the British Museum was never meant to be a museum piece. It was a living part of Maori culture. Displaying it, removed from context, does violence to its meaning. Similar arguments apply to religious artifacts from India, ceremonial items from Africa, and indigenous objects from Australia. Education presents another battleground. How should empire be taught in British schools? The curriculum has faced criticism for avoiding empire's brutality while emphasizing achievements. Students learn about abolition, not how the slave trade operated. They study industrial progress, but not colonial extraction that funded it. The selective history paints Britain too favorably. Reformers want fuller, more honest history. Teach about the violence, the famines, the exploitation. Show how British wealth connected to colonial poverty, include voices of the colonized. Make students uncomfortable with their history. Only through confronting past wrongs can society move forward. Conservatives resist this framing. They see it as teaching children to hate their country. Britain should not be ashamed of its past. Every nation has committed wrongs. Focus on positive contributions. Empire spread law, infrastructure, democracy. The bad should be acknowledged but balanced with the good. National pride matters for social cohesion. The debate over empire education is really a debate over identity. What does it mean to be British today? Is British identity tied to imperial glory? Can Britain be proud of itself without celebrating empire? These questions have no easy answers. They touch fundamental issues of belonging and meaning. Reparations represent the most concrete and controversial demand. Caribbean nations, organized through CARICOM, have demanded compensation for slavery. They calculate figures in trillions based on centuries of unpaid labor and deliberate underdevelopment. Britain should pay to address ongoing inequality rooted in historical exploitation. Britain has firmly rejected these demands. The government argues it cannot be held responsible for actions of previous centuries. Slavery was legal when practiced. Britain abolished it and paid compensation to slave owners at the time. Paying again would be double compensation. Moreover, who would receive payments and how would amounts be determined? The pro-reparations argument counters each point. Legal at the time does not mean just. Nazi actions were legal in Germany, but still wrong. Paying slave owners rather than freed slaves was itself an injustice. Reparations would acknowledge this and compensate descendants. Determining amounts and recipients is complex, but not impossible. Truth and reconciliation processes in other contexts have navigated similar challenges. Some British politicians and public figures support reparations in principle. They acknowledge moral debt, but translating principle into policy is difficult. The sums demanded exceed Britain's capacity to pay. Partial payments seem insulting. Non-monetary reparations like debt forgiveness or development aid might be more feasible, but satisfy neither side fully. Jamaica and Barbados have been particularly vocal. Both economies still bear marks of plantation slavery. Wealth extracted over centuries built British prosperity. The gap between rich former empires and poor former colonies partly reflects this history. Reparations would begin to address structural inequality that persists from colonial times. India, too, has raised the question. Shashi Tharoor, an Indian politician and author, has argued Britain owes India for 2 centuries of plunder. He cites estimates suggesting Britain drained trillions from India. This extraction enriched Britain while impoverishing India. Moral and material restitution is owed. Britain's response has been to focus on modern aid and investment. Former colonies receive development assistance. British charities work extensively in these nations. The Commonwealth facilitates trade and cooperation. These contemporary relationships should replace backward-looking demands for historical compensation. This satisfies almost no one demanding reparations. Aid is not compensation. It comes with conditions and serves British interests. Development assistance addresses current needs, but not historical injustice. The two issues are separate. Giving aid while refusing reparations means never acknowledging or atoning for empire's crimes. Public opinion in Britain is divided. Older generations often see empire positively. They grew up when imperial glory was taught without much critique. They resist narratives that cast Britain as villain. Younger generations, more exposed to critical perspectives, show more willingness to confront difficult history. But even they rarely support massive financial reparations. The emotional dimension matters as much as the rational. For descendants of enslaved people and colonized populations, reparations are about recognition and respect. It is not just money. It is acknowledgement that what happened was wrong, that harm was done, that justice remains incomplete. Refusing reparations feels like refusing to acknowledge their humanity in history. For British people, accepting reparations claims feels like accepting guilt for things did not do. Modern Britons did not enslave anyone or colonize anywhere. Why should they pay for ancestors' actions? This argument treats nations as individuals, but nations have continuity across time. Britain benefited from empire. That benefit persists in accumulated wealth and global position. Responsibility can be collective and inherited. The debate often generates more heat than light. Nuance disappears. One side sees only national shame and endless demands. The other sees only colonial arrogance and refusal to face truth. Finding middle ground requires good faith on both sides. That is in short supply when identities and histories clash. Some propose non-monetary reparations. Britain could fund scholarships for students from former colonies. It could support museums and archives in those countries. It could facilitate repatriation of cultural objects. It could formally apologize for specific atrocities. These gestures might matter symbolically even without financial transfer. But symbolic gestures without material substance can seem hollow. Apologies are cheap. Former colonies need resources for development. They need debt relief, not kind words. The structural inequalities created by colonialism require structural solutions. Only money can redistribute wealth that was forcibly taken. The counterargument is that money alone cannot undo history. Reparations might assuage guilt for payers while doing little for recipients. Corrupt governments might steal the money. Distribution to individuals might create new inequalities. Development is complex. Simply transferring funds does not guarantee progress. This debate will continue for years. It touches deep questions about justice, responsibility, and history. How much does the past matter for the present? What do living people owe for dead people's actions? Can money compensate for historical wrongs? Different moral frameworks give different answers. What is clear is that Britain cannot escape its imperial past. It shaped the modern world too deeply. Former colonies remember even as Britain often forgets. The gap between memory and amnesia creates tension. Bridging it requires listening, acknowledging, and accepting responsibility without surrendering to every demand. The statues, museums, and reparations debates are really about one thing. Who gets to tell history? Whose perspective matters? For centuries, Britain told the story of empire as progress and civilization. That story is being challenged. Other voices demand to be heard. They tell stories of violence, extraction, and suffering. Both are true. Accepting complexity is difficult but necessary. The past cannot be changed, but how it is remembered can evolve. Britain can choose to honor imperial figures or remove their statues. It can return cultural objects or keep them. It can teach triumphalist history or honest complexity. It can pay reparations or refuse them. Each choice shapes what Britain becomes. The reckoning with empire continues because empire's legacy continues. The final balance sheet, how one island ruled the world. At its height, the British Empire controlled roughly a quarter of Earth's land surface and population. It shaped the modern world more profoundly than any other empire in history. Understanding how one small island achieved this dominance requires examining geography, economics, culture, and contingency. Britain's geography provided advantages. An island nation faced fewer land threats than continental powers. It could focus resources on naval power rather than maintaining large standing armies. The sea protected it while connecting it to the world. Ports dotted the coastline. A seafaring tradition developed early. The timing mattered enormously. Britain's rise coincided with the age of exploration and the beginning of global trade networks. It industrialized first, gaining technological advantages over rivals. It developed financial institutions ahead of others. These head starts compounded. Early success enabled further expansion, which generated more success. Naval supremacy was the foundation. The Royal Navy dominated oceans for 2 centuries. It protected British trade while disrupting rivals. It could project power globally. It ensured that no other European power could seriously challenge Britain's overseas empire. Even when Britain was weaker on land, as during the Napoleonic Wars, naval strength preserved the empire. The economic model was brutally efficient. Colonies existed to enrich the metropole. Resources flowed to Britain. Finished goods flowed back to captive markets. The Navigation Acts and later tariff systems enforced this extractive relationship. Britain's Industrial Revolution was fueled by colonial resources and markets. Cotton from India and America, sugar from the Caribbean, tea from Ceylon all enriched British merchants and industrialists. Slavery provided crucial labor and capital. The triangular trade moved manufactured goods to Africa, enslaved people to the Americas, and sugar and cotton to Britain. The profits financed further expansion. When slavery was abolished, Britain compensated slave owners, not freed slaves. The wealth accumulated through slavery remained in British hands. Technology gave Britain decisive advantages. Steam power, railways, telegraphs, modern weapons all emerged first in Britain or were quickly adopted. These technologies allowed smaller forces to control larger populations. A handful of British officials could govern millions because they had better communications, transport, and weaponry. Ideology justified what force established. The civilizing mission claimed Britain was spreading progress and enlightenment. Social Darwinism suggested British dominance reflected natural superiority. Christianity provided moral justification for missionary activity. These ideologies convinced many Britons that empire was not just profitable but righteous. The empire was never stable or secure. It faced constant resistance. Rebellions erupted regularly. The Indian Rebellion of 1857, the Morant Bay Uprising in Jamaica, the Mau Mau in Kenya, and countless other acts of resistance challenged British rule. The empire was maintained through violence and the threat of violence. Peace was the exception, not the rule. Divide and rule was conscious policy. British administrators identified and exploited differences within colonized populations. They favored some groups over others. They created ethnic and religious categories where lines had been blurrier. This prevented unified opposition, but it also sowed divisions that outlasted empire. The costs of empire are incalculable. Millions died in famines, worsened or caused by colonial policy. Millions more were enslaved or subjected to forced labor. Wars of conquest and suppression unlived countless people. The economic extraction impoverished regions that had been wealthy. The psychological damage from systematic racism and subordination cannot be measured but was real and lasting. The benefits, such as they were, flowed overwhelmingly to Britain. Infrastructure built in colonies served imperial needs first. Education systems produced clerks and subordinates, not leaders or innovators. Legal systems protected property and maintained order, but rarely delivered justice to colonized peoples. The development that occurred was incidental to extraction. Yet the empire did spread institutions and ideas that had lasting value. Parliamentary democracy, rule of law, common law, legal systems, and notions of individual rights all spread through empire. These were applied hypocritically and selectively. But the principles, once established, could be used against colonial rule itself. Nationalist leaders often deployed British liberal ideals to argue for independence. The English language is perhaps the most ambiguous legacy. It facilitates global communication and commerce, it opens access to scientific and cultural knowledge, but it also marginalizes other languages and cultures. It carries British and American cultural assumptions. Its dominance represents a form of ongoing cultural imperialism, even as it enables new forms of expression. The empire's decline was rooted in the same forces that created it. 2 world wars exhausted Britain financially and militarily. The United States and Soviet Union emerged as superpowers. European colonialism became internationally illegitimate. Nationalist movements across Asia and Africa could not be suppressed without violence that would destroy Britain's moral authority. The economic benefits of formal empire decreased as free trade expanded. The speed of decolonization surprised everyone. An empire built over centuries was dismantled in decades. This rapid retreat created problems. States were not prepared for independence. Borders made little sense. Ethnic tensions, suppressed or managed under colonial rule, erupted. Civil wars followed independence in many places. The hasty withdrawal, while morally necessary, was practically disastrous in many cases. Britain's attempt to maintain influence through the Commonwealth and soft power has had mixed success. Cultural ties remain. Trade continues. But former colonies pursue their own interests. They are not British satellites. Some have succeeded remarkably. India is now a major power. Singapore is wealthy. Others have struggled. Many factors explain these outcomes. Colonial legacy is important but not determinative. Assessing the empire requires holding contradictions. It was both economically transformative and exploitative. It spread ideas of freedom while denying freedom to millions. It built infrastructure while extracting wealth. It created modern states while drawing arbitrary borders. The empire was not simply good or bad. It was powerful, consequential, and deeply flawed. For Britain, empire shaped national identity. It made a small island globally significant. British greatness was tied to imperial reach. Losing the empire required reimagining what Britain was and could be. This process remains incomplete. Brexit partly reflected nostalgia for global Britain. The difficulty of defining Britain's role post-empire persists. For former colonies, the legacy is even more complex. Political independence did not mean economic independence. The structures created by colonialism often persisted. Elites educated in the colonial system maintained power. Economic relationships still favored former metropoles. True decolonization meant not just political sovereignty, but economic transformation and cultural renaissance. The global impact extends beyond Britain and former colonies. The empire shaped international law, trade systems, and political boundaries that persist. The current global order, with its emphasis on state sovereignty and international institutions, emerged partly from the empire's dissolution. The United Nations, the World Bank, and other organizations reflect post-imperial international relations. English as the global language affects all nations. Scientific knowledge circulates primarily in English. International business operates in English. This creates advantages for English speakers and disadvantages for others. It shapes how the world thinks because language influences thought. The dominance of English is an ongoing legacy of British power. The question of responsibility remains contentious. Should Britain apologize for empire? Should it pay reparations? Should it return looted artifacts? There are no objective answers. These are moral and political choices. They reflect values about justice, history, and community. Reasonable people disagree. What is not debatable is the empire's magnitude and impact. For better and worse, it shaped the modern world. The borders of dozens of nations reflect colonial decisions. The languages spoken in many countries are colonial languages. The legal systems, political institutions, and economic structures often derive from colonial rule. This is simply historical fact. Britain ruled the world through a combination of naval power, economic exploitation, technological advantage, and ideological justification. It maintained rule through violence and divide-and-rule tactics. It lost the empire because it could no longer sustain the costs and because resistance became too strong. The legacy is mixed, contested, and ongoing. The story of the British Empire is ultimately a story about power, how it is gained, how it is used, how it is lost, and what remains after it is gone. Britain demonstrated that a relatively small nation could, under the right circumstances, dominate much larger regions. But it also showed the limits of power. No empire lasts forever. All face resistance. All eventually fall. The empire's rise seemed inevitable to those who lived through it. British dominance appeared natural, permanent. The empire's fall seemed equally inevitable to later generations. History is full of such reversals. Empires rise and fall. The British Empire was neither the first nor the last, but its scale and impact ensure it will be studied and debated for generations. How one island ruled the world is a question with many answers. Geography, economics, technology, culture, violence, luck, all played roles. The full story includes millions of individual lives, countless decisions, accidents of history, and the choices people made in the face of power. It includes heroes and villains, resistors and collaborators, victims and perpetrators. The British Empire is gone. Its ghost remains. The world it created, for better and worse, is the world we inhabit. Understanding this history is not about assigning blame or claiming credit. It is about understanding how we arrived here. The past is not past. It lives in institutions, languages, borders, and memories. The empire ended, but its consequences continue. That is the final accounting. That is what endures.